Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a good afternoon. Who's all here? Hey Sharpie, hey JWO, hey Marcus, hey Kev, and everybody else who is currently lurking around. Welcome. Alright, so before we get started, I want to talk a little bit about what you guys are talking about in the YouTube chat over there. Twitch people are still catching up. So, yeah, Dark and Darker had a Q&A recently, and apparently there is talk about them removing solos from the game. If that does happen, I personally will not be playing Dark and Darker anymore. I am a predominantly solo player. My plan was to come back to Dark and Darker to play future patches. That said, if Iron Mace decides to remove solos from their game, I will personally probably not be returning, and I will be just focusing on the new extraction games that are coming out. You know, outside of just Legacy, we'll focus on Midnight Walkers. We'll focus on Mistfall, Hunter, Vault Breakers, and whatever else comes around. But personally, if they remove solo, I am not going to be interested. So there is my little, I don't know. I guess I just throw it out there because when I heard that they are potentially removing solo, I'm not exactly surprised though, is the thing. Iron Mace seems to have been, they've seemed to have hated solos for a long time now. I mean, they don't even really patch the game for solos anymore. It feels like they've kind of just left the mode to die anyway. So if they do end up removing it, I'm not that surprised. It's gonna be a little sad because it means that the game is basically dead for me. And I, really do like, I mean, I still like Dark and Darker. I don't hate the game. I've wanted to play future patches, but I mean, if they remove solo, then the game just isn't for me anymore. So I don't know. It's a little sad. If it might like that might mark like the end of that game for my channel, like for good, if that's the case. If Iron Mace does remove solo, and I do decide that I'm not gonna play the game anymore, I'll make one final Dark and Darker video, just kind of like talking about it, whatever. But I mean, there's not really a whole lot I can reasonably do. If they remove my main game mode, I can't play the game anymore. It's not, it's nothing I can do. It just is what it is. Hey, Hortox, what do I think about the current meta? Can you beat a Lich with Death Ball? I'm also using Death Ball. I talked to Lich a little bit, and I decided I'm gonna use the Death Ball myself, because I don't want to exploit, and I think Death Ball is like the only other answer I have besides exploiting to kill these people. Is it gonna work? I don't really know, but I'll try it. Keep in mind, Lich is a lot more geared than I am. I'm still, like, running around in, like, greens, because I don't really feel like losing good gear to exploiters, but, yeah, I mean, it's fine. We'll make do. We'll make do. Alright, anyway, we're up game. Now, I wasn't there for the Dark and Darker Q&A. Does anybody here know when they talked about removing solos? I didn't hear the devs say it for myself. Does anybody here know what exactly that entails as far as like, is it guaranteed, or did they say they were thinking about it? I just don't know because I didn't hear it, but I know I keep seeing people talk about it, so yeah, it's a little, I don't know, not great feeling. I was also very, very glad to see Soon, or Sung, I think it's Sung. I was glad to see him make that announcement yesterday about banning dupers and exploiters and all that jazz. I was kind of getting to the point where it felt like they weren't doing anything about the people that were, like, obviously breaking the game. So it felt like a little silly. Because you just had these people, like, actively gloating about, like, duping full accounts worth of stuff. And it kind of takes away the integrity of the game. So I'm glad that they're finally looking into banning these players. I know the dad patch was supposed to come out today, but it got delayed. No one is probably surprised by that, but it got delayed. So at this point, I'm not exactly sure what my, yeah, I'm just kind of like in like a waiting room of waiting to see what the dad patch is, and also waiting to see if they end up removing solos. Kind of like where I'm at. Yeah, Hortox, so I know that dupers are being banned. I think they're also banning people that are, like, blatantly exploiting the axe stuff, but we haven't really gotten confirmation. I know that they banned a bunch of people that were caught duping items. So I know that for sure went through. Outside of that, I'm not sure if they're moderating for exploits as far as PvP goes, but I know they're doing duping. There were a lot of dupers, man. Devs of this game want to remove solo? No. Dark and Darker devs want to remove solo. Not Legacy. Dark and Darker's devs want to remove solo. Yeah. Yeah, not these guys. Not Legacy. Well, keep in mind the ban talk just came into, like, they just released about it last night. So I don't think they're retroactively banning people that were doing exploits, unless it was duping. As far as I know, I don't think that's the case. Have any of you guys been around in other Dark and Darker streams? Has anyone else, as far as the solos being removed go, has anyone else commented on that? I personally have only seen a little bit of people talk about it in the creator chat that we have. Outside of that, I don't think I've seen anything specific. But I know there's a lot of streamers that only play solo. Like, the Lore plays a lot of solos on his streams. I know he plays duos and stuff sometimes, but I know there's a lot of streamers that primarily do focus on solo. Oh god, where are people from? I'm gonna be honest, I was like in my own world. I didn't even notice this guy. I didn't even hear him. I didn't see him. I didn't hear him. He might as well not have existed. Anyway. Yeah. Wasn't even on my radar. Is it a skill issue or is Priest hard to play? It's a little bit of both. Yes, Priest is hard to play. However, once you get good at Priest, you start to realize that the class can actually do pretty well. But it's not entirely your fault. The class is just generally hard to play. So keep that in mind. Or was I able to solo Morthog? So here's the problem. I tried twice and I died. I got pretty close. The boss isn't the problem. It's the goblin ads that he spawns with him. And they kept messing up the fight. And I wanted to keep trying, but I don't have enough copper ore. Like copper bars, the amount of copper it takes to craft kits is insane in this game for some reason. So I have like an unlimited supply of green material to make green gear, but I can't make the white gear. So I'm kind of at a point where like I can't even practice the boss because I can't really risk losing copper bars. So yeah. But I know how to kill them. It's just those goblins that spawn that keep messing me up. I want to give some more attempts to killing him. It's just, I don't have the copper ore. So I can't, like, make gear. Just do it naked? Why? I don't want to be naked, because then you can't kill Morthog without getting third-partied. If I do it naked, then people will just steal the loot from the boss, so what's the point? That's silly. I'm not doing Morthog, so some, like, hunter clown can can just trap and wait for me to kill it, but I can't kill him because I have no gear. You know? Yeah, I'll just wait until I get, like, more of a collection of resources. I'll get there eventually. I tried to be fancy. Oh, I dropped it. I forgot I dropped the little person. Okay, that was pretty clean. A little bit of hits from some greedy hits I did, but it was okay. It wasn't too bad. Hey, Pondo, good to see you, man. Good to see you. You just need to learn the boss. The boss isn't the problem, Mr. X. I know how to fight the boss now. It's the goblins that spawn. The goblins messed me up. There's a big difference between fighting the boss with, like, blue and purple gear, where you don't take nearly as much damage, than trying to fight it in lower gear. You know, the goblins start to, like, hit chain you, and then you just die. Because you don't have enough time to heal. It's not quite that easy. If I had enough copper bars to make trash gear, then I would be able to do it. But copper gear in this game, or copper ore, like the copper it takes to build white gear is crazy in this game. I don't know why, but it is easier to get green gear than white gear at this point in time. Like, the amount of effort it takes to get copper bars for a singular white set, it's crazy. What did you say, Lich? Break the knight's armor and he evaporates? Oh, is it worth it for the knight too, Lich? I tried it for the ogre, but it didn't seem worth it because the ogre, like, it's hard to get enough time to do a heavy attack on the mace, so I just didn't bother. Should I do it on the knight though, the sentinel? I know it's good for the big boss. Oh my god, guys, I'm so stupid. This entire time, I thought the YouTube chat was dead. It just wasn't scrolling. This whole time, I was looking at YouTube and going, huh, everyone's really quiet over there. It's like, wow, that's weird. That's so funny. That's super, super funny. Sorry, guys. I missed all your messages. If you said something, you should probably recite it. I missed it all. My bad. Whoopsie. Whoops. 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 Chatting you to death over. I know. I thought you guys were being so quiet. I was like, wow. It's like it's only Twitch chat talking today. I thought it was weird. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my bad. My bad. The YouTube treatment? No, actually, I usually talk to YouTube a lot. So on my secondary monitor, I know you can't see it, I have YouTube chat on the right-hand side and Twitch chat on the left. I am right-handed, and I am usually looking to my right first, then left. I know that sounds really stupid and it makes no sense. But I usually will see YouTube chat before Twitch chat, which is why sometimes you might notice I talk on YouTube a little more than Twitch, but I try to do both as much as I can. But one has to go on one side or the other. I actually think that I talk to YouTube more, but I try my best to do both. I try at least. I know it can be hard sometimes, but yeah, I talk to YouTube constantly. That's all. That's all cap. All cap. Responding to two chats while playing can be a little bit hard. I feel like I do like relatively well at it though. All things considered, I feel like I do okay. Was it abused a lot? Okay, which thing are we talking about, Diego? I might have missed that message. I probably did. The dupe? Yeah, so Sung was in Discord, the general chat earlier. It was last night. And he said that he banned a ton of people. So much so that he was, he said his LinkedIn was getting stalked by people that he was banning. There were a lot of dupers, guys. I don't know if you understand how many people out there were just duping gear. It was insane. Like, there's actually so many people that's doing it. Is there no plugin to combine chats into one? There is. However, that said, I actually prefer that they're separate, so I can like talk to people specifically on those platforms. So I tried it once, having them not separate, but I decided against it. You know what? I am gonna just reset your thing. I don't know. What do I drop? I don't know what materials I even need at this point, to be honest. Drop that. Maybe like the bandages or something. Doesn't really matter that much. I need copper, so I'm gonna grab a stack before I go. If possible. I'm gonna check the mine carts. I could kill Ogre if I wanted to. Oh, someone's been here. Wait, there might be someone inside. Hold up. No, it's already dead. I missed it. Oh, wait. Unlucky. He was still here. Sorry, priest. Wow, that guy is super unlucky. I was not gonna come in here. Wait, did he even kill the ogre? He doesn't have. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I'm sorry, man. That is unfortunate. Someone wrote around 400 plus accounts are gone because of hacking and duping. Holy shit! Wait, how did you hear that info? That's crazy. Is that true? Is it really 400 plus accounts? That's crazy. I knew there was a lot of duping going on, but I didn't know it was that much duping. Wow, that's nuts. That's so much. Holy hell, man. That is crazy. If he didn't move, you're not even wrong. If he didn't move, I don't think I would have seen him. Ooh, 2 blue ore. Whatever. I'm pretty sure blue ore is worth more than a green. I had a picture of a naked rogue and a wiped stash on your screen before a stream, and some people believe you got your thing wiped. Oh god. Bitch, I feel like you're just a troll, I feel like. That's okay. How long is the ban? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know if people got perma banned, temp banned, stash wiped. I really don't have an answer for that. Oh, is there a reason I'm using these shoulder plates instead of the ones that do more damage? Oh, you want me to explain the pro tip? Hey, Lich, have you explained the shoulder tip yet? Is this common knowledge that you told me? Because I don't think I've ever explained it on stream. Have you explained why you use these shoulders and not the other ones? I'm assuming you have at some point, right? Everyone knows about the shoulders? Alright, I'll explain it then. Or I'll explain it in stash. How is using one pair of shoulders an exploit? If the devs don't consider Cyclone an exploit, then how the hell are shoulders an exploit? That's ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, so these shoulders, I know you can't see them because of my camera. It says that it increases the incapacitate duration of your charge when pitting enemies against the wall, but that's not all it does. It also increases your total charge range by, I think it's 50%. It's about an extra, I think, 10 meters. So this is basically like just as good as having the pants. It's like having, it's like having pants, but also on your shoulders. It doesn't say it, but that's how it works. So, yeah, if you didn't know, now you know. That's why you see some warriors flying across the map, because of that specific interaction. It's 50% increase. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Yeah, 50%. Yeah, I know it's a lot. Yeah, I know. I know. It is a significant margin. Yeah. Insane. Really. I mean, if hunters can go around and use Cyclone and it's not considered an exploit, just like the act of using Cyclone at this point just feels cheesy. So, if hunters can do that, then I can use a pair of shoulders. I mean, come on. How nitpicky can we be here at this point? That's just silly. All I'm doing is using a pair of gear. You can't tell me I can't use a pair of gear, because that's all hunters are doing. Every hunter is using the same exact pants that, you know, it's... This is definitely not a me issue. Hey, Cook, yeah, it's good to see you too, man. You're wondering why some warriors were catching up to you when you had the same pants? Yeah, Scott, it's because of the shoulders. It's like a secret tech. I don't know why it doesn't just say it. It's either a bug or something, but yeah, that's why warriors are flying way further than you are. It's weird that it works, but it does, so. The duping is a huge problem right now. You keep coming across so many full purples in teams. Well, according to you guys, apparently 400 people have been banned. So they're off to I mean, that was just from yesterday night to now. 400 people were banned for duping. That's a ton of people. That is so many. So they're off to a good start. At least. Isn't that crazy, man? Like 400, that is, considering the current population size of Legacy, that is so many goddamn people, if that's true. Where is that number coming from? Shoot, who said it? Was it Lich? Someone in chat said it. I think it was Lich. But now I don't remember. I'm trying to scroll up to see if I can find it. Maybe it wasn't Lich. Maybe it was someone else. I don't know who said it, but someone in chat told me it was 400. So, believe them or not, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't remember who said it. Sorry. You're under the impression that some were banned for having duped items, even though they didn't dupe themselves. Well, there were people who were RMTing to Scott. So I don't know how the devs established who was RMTing and not RMTing, but there were people that were spending hundreds of dollars for legendary gear / like full accounts with duped items. So I guess the devs somehow figured out a way to tell that apart. I don't know if there were people that were falsely banned or not. Hopefully not. But I don't know any info on that, so I can't really share anything as far as, you know, myself goes. Share a tip for warrior: if you don't use sickle, you're doing it wrong. You know, I did see a clip of sickle doing a lot of damage. Am I trolling by not using sickle? Should I start utilizing it on my toolbar? Is that like definitely worth it? Am I trolling? Sylv was snitching his ass off and leaking the RMT Discord to the devs. Honestly, though, that's a dub. Snitches get stitches, but that seems pretty warranted. I have no sympathy for RMTers, so I don't care at all. Shout, RMB, sickle, dead. Is it really that simple? Okay. Okay, so you said... It seems kind of hard, Lich, to have all the stacks up and then still be able to get the damage you can. Maybe I'm just, like, not doing it. Oh. Yeah, I'm probably just not doing it. Just sickle hit for 2k. Oh, good lord. So what you're saying is sickle's gonna be the next OP thing? I can bring some sickles next time. I can try it. Sickle's only good if you can guarantee it. Range is short, long wide up, no unstoppable. Okay, so if you're using Rampage Lich, I'm assuming that it's not worth it. But if you're using Shout, then it's, like, obviously good. That's what it sounds like to me. What's a sickle? It's a blue item that warriors can grab as a utility. I haven't killed a Wraith in a really long time. Let's go on. I agree with that. I haven't fought this guy in a little bit. I gotta... I wonder if I should do that right mouse mace with this guy too. Maybe I should. He dies so fast. You can probably kill Legendary Warrior with Shout, RMB, and then 2 sickles. You think so? You think it's that, like, OP? Are the devs... are the devs aware of that combo by chance? Because that sounds, that just sounds like as soon as all the other exploits are nerfed on Warrior, we just see every Warrior running 2 sickles. That sounds really stupid. I have a feeling it's going to take a long time and a lot of patches for us to get to the point where you don't have, like, all these, like, weird one-shot combos. It's like, there's always going to be something new, I'm sure. Is the Executioner Helm better? Yes, the Executioner Helm is BIS. It extends your total enrage duration by, like, a few seconds. It's massive, yeah, it's required. You don't want to... nothing else is worth it compared to that. It won't be high priority until all the other warriors are starting to use it. Lich in before it's considered an exploit, I guess, right? And any warrior using a sickle is going to be considered exploiting. You think I'm joking too, by the way. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. Well, I'm joking a little bit, but only a little bit. Did you see the guy have a nuclear meltdown the other day because your Quake Aftershock hit him while you were cheap-shotted? Yeah, I saw that. I did see that, actually. Yeah, it was in the bug report, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah. I personally wasn't even aware that you could use your mace in Quake to prevent a rogue from hitting you with their dagger. Is that like a well-known interaction? Because I've never seen that before. I was a little bit surprised. A little bit, at least. So I'm gonna put a general 5-minute slow-mo because of him. Well, that sounds crazy. Okay. Well, he called it an exploit, but I'm not sure if that's really an exploit. I mean, you're quaking the ground, so you can see the game like registering that you hit Quake. So then you get stunned after you hit Quake, but the aftershock is still gonna go off. The aftershock isn't reliant on you being stunned or not. So like, I don't know. I don't really know if I would even consider that an exploit or not. I don't think so. It's pretty clear that like your game was trying to wake and it just like I don't know. That just seems like tech to use your rage to prevent you from getting backstabbed by a rogue. Pocket Sands, you're gonna be really sad if I tell you what I said at the beginning of stream. Did you hear that Iron Mace is considering removing solos from the game? Yeah, I'm just gonna put it out there now. If they remove solos, I'm not playing Dark and Darker anymore. Putting it out there. I said it earlier, but maybe you weren't here. So, yeah. I'm not really sure how that's gonna go, but just saying. For real? Are you saying for real as in like for real are they removing solo, or for real that I would quit the game if they remove solo? Because it's yes to both. Are they doing it in HR only? I mean, does it matter? Because if it's only HR, that still means that as a solo player, I'm 100% locked to playing normals forever. Which means that, like, for new seasons, it's not even worth playing the game anymore. I'm just saying. Necrotics, I'm talking about Dark and Darker, not Legacy. Yeah, dark and darker. Yes, not Legacy. Oh my god, it didn't. I'll just do a shield bash. Trying to let him do his little shield block. He's not doing it for some reason. Here it is. That is sad. Okay, maybe I really should be using this mace deck. I'm gonna learn it. I'm gonna learn it next time I fight one of these guys. I tried it the last time, but it feels like the stacks like don't like work fast enough. But maybe I'm just doing it wrong. I'll try it again next time, and try to like focus on doing the shield deck. Lich says it's really good, so I feel like I should take his word for it. Yeah, the patch got delayed. I'm just saying, if Dark and Darker removes solos, I personally will move on from the game, probably for good. I've always said that. I mean, I've said it forever. Like, if art... Yeah, I just... How are you gonna remove the game mode that I play the most? Like, that's just... You know. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Hey, CGB, welcome, man. Good to see you. Hey, Walking, you've been looking at this game, but most of the videos you've seen are saying it's not in a good state. Honestly, at this point, I would probably recommend waiting a little bit before getting into it. It's not that the game is bad by any means. I think the game is still fun, but it's definitely not in the best state it could be at the moment. It might be better to wait a little bit at this point, but it's completely up to you. You know, if you're okay with buying a game that's like, you know, early access and not complete, just know that at the moment there's a lot of exploits and other stuff going on that might not be great. But I mean, you could still play it and have fun. I mean, I am. So it's really up to you. Half the player base plays solo. Yeah, Iron Mace has done very well at just completely abandoning the solo players for a while now. Like, the patches are all terrible for solo. Like, the balancing has been really bad, especially with continuous dungeons. There's just a lot of stuff that's been going on as far as that goes. So it's like, I don't know. I'm not really surprised that they're gonna do it, but it is a little... It does seem a little shitty. Thanks for the input. You have 2K hours in Dark and Darker, but we all know how that's looking. Yeah, honestly, Walking Turtle, I would say if you wanna play the game in a better state, like for your first time playing, I would at the very least wait for the next balance patch to see how the game looks, which should be like within the next week. If you're like really impatient and you want to just play a game that's new and you just don't want to wait, then I think the game is in an okay state to play the game. But yeah, the patch that's coming out next that should hopefully be fixing a few of the exploits that are going around would make the game a lot more fun. It might be frustrating playing the game new with the stuff that's going on. So yeah, I would say just, you know, leave it. I don't know. You'll have to make that decision for yourself. One way or the other. Remove Druid? Yeah. I've been saying for a very, very long time, even though Druid players don't like to hear it, that if Dark and Darker had released and never added Druid, I think the game would have been in a better spot. I am convinced of that, by the way. I'm gonna do a treasure room key run. I haven't done one in a while. I don't know. Why not? Why not? Sounds fun. It ruined all other games for you. Legacy is the first game other than Dad that you've played in a couple of years, and that's only because you saw me playing it. So Joshua, are you Are you saying you enjoy Legacy quite a lot? I do think the game is quite fun. I think. Oh my god, what a spawn for treasure room. What? Oh my god, I'm sorry, let me turn off my exploits real quick for my spawn location. Legacy has a great foundation, and they have really, really great developers. So, I'm hoping that this game will end up thriving. Even if it takes a few months for patches to roll in and, you know, fix stuff, I'm... Oh. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. You guys seen this before? This potion makes you invincible for 10 seconds. I've seen it 2 potions in 100 hours. It's broken as hell if you can get it one. Like life after death on steroids. You can't leave with it? No. No, you have to use it or lose it, yeah. I think that's a good thing, though. I don't think you should be able to take the potion out with you because of how broken it is. It's ethereal. It only works for this match, but this basically means that my chance of dying is probably pretty low. 10 seconds of invincibility is pretty insane. Doesn't mean I can't die, but it sure does make it a lot harder. Oh, what a chest. Okay, that's just a royal burial shout, I guess. Sure. Sure, I guess. Why not? I don't have enough room to carry all this stuff. Well, you know what that means. It means I need to get out of this game, because I can transform that into, like, a hammer or an anvil. And, those still have a use for endgame. I think you can use them to create legendaries or something. I think Lich told me that, so... I should probably take this and leave. I forgot 2 chests. Oh, did I? It's okay, I'm full anyway. It's fine. I just want to get the, I just want to get the burial shot out of my inventory. It's fine. I didn't realize I missed them. If I didn't get the, if I didn't get the burial shot, I wouldn't care, but... Yeah, the fact that I can make that into a hammer, and then I can use that for crafts is pretty good. Fireboxing greens isn't killing a legendary player who only uses one hand to play. Yeah, that's actually right. Lich, were you around in Dark and Darker in the early days when fighters could hit like 95% PDR? Do you remember that? Cause let me tell you, I was, and I watched people attacking them with their hands off the keyboard, and they still just weren't in any danger of dying. Wait. Lich, what message did I miss? I don't think I've ever seen you ban somebody. What was that? Did I even ask? I don't want to know. All right. Perfect. Oh, was it someone trying to like sell like RMT or something? We'll just move on. That's fine. Wait. Wait a minute. Isn't Charthy that tool in the Discord that was going around trying to get people to buy like RMT items? Isn't that the guy that I'm thinking of? I think it is. He was also really weird, so I think I'd remember him. Well, good run. I didn't expect to get one of those special items out of it, but I'll take it. Rip my invincibility potion, but whatever. It's fine. It's too good not to leave with. I can't like bring myself not to just leave immediately if I have that thing. It's so hard, dude. The amount of blue, I don't know. I wonder what the rate is for getting blue armor crystals versus green. Seems like all I ever get are green ones from that shit, man. I'm curious what the rate is. It's gotta be low as hell. It's gotta be. You have 2 rolls of skull keys. Craft them the treasure keys would be what I would suggest too. Yeah, that's definitely the best. Wizard's gonna be busted because there's no spell resist. Yeah, because Warrior's gear doesn't really give you very much elemental armor. It's very, very low. I don't think it's gonna be enough to just save you from a wizard, so you're probably right. Fighters or warriors will probably just get completely curb stomped. I imagine that is exactly how that's gonna go down. Probably. Although I will say, the devs said in their last Q&A that they do not want any one class to counter another class. So I'm hoping that Wizard does not hard counter Warrior. I'm hoping. So one thing that always kind of annoyed me about that is that there's like obvious hard counters. I hope that Legacy is able to make their game in a way where you do not get hard countered by other people. That would be great. You're a priest, man. You've played 4 games as warrior and it's a night and day different game. Well, Priest is a lot harder to play than Warrior is. It's, Priest isn't bad, but it takes a lot more effort, yeah. But I watched a Tavern Talk last night. I did not watch it, but I heard that they're considering removing solos from the game, from what other people have told me, so... Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. It's kind of hard to balance every class so it doesn't have a counter. Well, I'm not the one saying that the game is not going to have any counters. These are the devs' words, not mine. So keep that in mind. Wait, that's kind of a good combo. Which I know it's not as fancy as the axe shit, but that's pretty good, right? Getting two attacks with Death Ball and then immediately anchoring, and then just going back into the normal attacks. That feels pretty good. Games like that and this are too niche to remove solo. Oh, I agree with you. I think removing solo is really, really stupid. The fact that they're talking about doing that is just means I will probably not play the game anymore. Which sucks, because I still like that. Damn, I got here too late. Well, it's not my fault. I spawned late. I don't think he's here, right? Last time there was a priest, like, hiding. Yeah. Like, yeah, a good priest is fun. Yeah, I think Swanifer is probably the best priest that I know, at least. He seems very, very solid. How many classes are going to be in Legacy? Right now, there's 4. But they're adding Wizard and Paladin. But it's probably going to be, like, at least a couple months before we see Wizard, and then probably more months before we see Paladin. Why do you think it's a bad move to ruse solo? Because solo is how I like to play the games. It has nothing to do with streaming. It has to do with my personal preference on playing the game. If Legacy removes solo, I would uninstall the game. I'm not kidding. If a game does not have solo, then I'm not going to play it. Remember Mistfall Hunter? That game didn't have solo, and as a result, after I played it for like 10 hours or so, I got tired of fighting trios and I just uninstalled it and I just decided to wait for next playtest. If a game does not have solo, I'm not interested in playing it. It has nothing to do with streaming. It is my own personal preference on gameplay. That's all there really is to it. However, that said, I would love to see duos added. I think duo would be fun. But that doesn't mean I want solo removed. Mistfall was jank? I kind of disagree. I think Mistfall was one of the most smooth playtests that I've played. That game was pretty fun, I thought. So if I Quake... That's good tech. That was a crazy sphere. That's a really nice, like, that's really good tech. That's solid. Oh. He's out of bounds. Okay, he's out of bounds. Yeah, that's crazy tech. Dude, that's crazy. Being able to quake, like, I never once thought about quaking while they're coming towards me. That is really, really good tech. Because you don't have to spend 50 rage for rampage. Like, that's so good. That's insane. That's like one of those gameplay things that I never, like, it never clicked to do that, but it's so good. I don't know. I just never thought about it before. Till now, at least. Well, at this point, I am way more scared fighting a hunter than I am a rogue. Hunter scares the shit out of me. Between the cyclone spam and their infinite arrow exploit that I know that some of them are doing, it's really scary to fight them at the moment. The reason his damage was bad is because he was in bad gear. If that rogue was in gear equal to mine, he would have done way more damage. That was a gear thing. He didn't even have, like, really greens. That's not really a class issue, that's a gear issue. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I hate fighting hunters at the moment. It is not very fun. I'd almost rather fight an exploiting warrior than a hunter. There's a certain level of truth to that. How many exploits does this game have? A lot. At the moment, a lot. Yeah. Pretty much everybody except for priests. Do rogues have any exploits right now? It might be just warrior and hunter. Well, it's not even an exploit, Lich. Using Quake on the ground while they're coming towards you is not an exploit. Like, that's a brain dead take if you think that's an exploit. You can visually see the rogue teleporting towards you, and you don't get stunned until they hit you. So how is it an exploit to press my Q button to Quake him when he comes towards me? That is just that has nothing to do with, like, what? That's just valid gameplay. I mean, warriors before the patch would use Rampage. So Rampage used to not get stunned. So if a rogue came towards you and cheap shotted, you would press your Rampage button and then you would just kill them because you don't get stunned. But now you do get stunned. So the Quake is probably the new tech if a rogue hits you with that. That's probably the correct play now. You think Priest has the most exploits? Well, it's possible. You never know. Definitely possible. Well, I don't think I'm the reason exploiters are getting banned. Although I was very vocal on stream about exploiters needing to have something happen to them, but I don't think that's the reason they got banned. I think the reason was actually the drama with Lich while he was streaming. I think that's why they started doing it. Or something, I don't know. That's my guess, at least. When you're a hunter, you put a beetle or bear trap down when rogue does that? Yeah, so saying that... Yeah. So, Zale, saying that pressing Quake to stop a rogue from cheap-shotting you is exploiting is the same exact thing as saying that a hunter placing a trap down is exploiting. It's the same thing. You're using an ability to stop the rogue from backstabbing you for free. I see nothing wrong with that whatsoever. That's very silly how anyone could even try to say that's an exploit. It's just gameplay, man. Right now, the bannable exploits are the duping and the RMT, which should have always been bannable anyway, but they didn't start banning until yesterday night. But apparently they banned 400 people that were duping or buying gear. So, just a good play. I mean, yeah. I mean, what do the rogues want us to do? Just sit there and let them teleport and, you know, do a third of our health or more? Because a geared rogue, like, in, like, green or blues will backstab you for a lot of damage. The double spin might be considered an exploit. I'm gonna personally not do it because I haven't been using it anyway, but that might be in the realm of bannable too, I'm not sure. However, I will say, Lich, the dev said that that hunters doing the infinite arrow stuff isn't exploiting, so who knows? I don't know. I'm not really sure. If it scares people into not wanting to do it anymore, that would also be okay with me. Whatever works, really. Whatever makes people stop being shitheads would be ideal. Losing 400 players that are just RMTing or duping isn't really a loss, I will say, regardless of your player base size. It's still better for your game than to have them. You know what's a great way to have every single one of your players quit? Having 400 people running around in duped legendaries and purples, one-shotting the player base with unfair gear advantage. That's a great way to lose your legitimate players. So I would say it's a dub. Well, I don't understand how anybody in their right mind could possibly try to tell me that pressing Quake is an exploit. Like, you see the rogue coming towards you, the game doesn't stun you until the rogue hits you. How is it an exploit to use Quake when the rogue comes towards you like that? That's crazy. It's crazy talk. That's just silly. There's no reason whatsoever that anybody should consider that an exploit. That's crazy. I'm just saying. It's not an exploit, just like Rogue can dodge through charge or Hunter can air vault if wall timed. Yeah, it's all the same thing, right? It sounds more like a Rogue player being upset that somebody is doing a class tech to stop them from getting a free headshot. Or not, I'm sorry, not headshot. Just like, to stop them from getting, I meant backstab. I don't know why I said headshot, but same difference. You know what I'm talking about. That just seems very silly. I'm not sure how you could possibly sit there and be upset about that. This doesn't make any sense. It just sounds like a salty Rogue player. Talk about the snow guy in Discord. I don't know who it is. I don't know, whoever it is. I don't know if it really matters, but I guess whoever made the post about it, yeah. Yeah, whoever made the post about pressing the wake button to stop a rogue from hitting you in the back. Now that I know that tech exists, I'm gonna definitely be using it. I just didn't know it was a thing. That's really, really solid tech, though. That's super, super good. Oh. About weapon swapping, the dev said they're already working on weapon swapping. I think they're gonna add a cooldown or something to doing. They're gonna add some kind of cooldown for it. It is funny that you talk about rogue weapon swapping when rogue can only use one weapon, but yeah, because they're swapping, right? Like they're taking it from their bag and they're putting it on their character to like kind of cheese out more hits or something. Something like that. Buy this. We got them up. Grease is gonna be a bigger issue if they take away weapon swap before fixes roll out. What do you mean by that? The devs don't want people to be weapon swapping, except for Warrior. It seems like the devs do not want people to ever be swapping weapons. That's because they don't even want to give classes two weapons. Like, they want you to only be, like, they want you to have to choose. But I don't know if it's going to work out like that. Hey, that might be useful if I go do the other troll. Well, warriors can have two by default, but that's not entirely true. Every class can have two weapons, they just have to bring one in their bag and swap it mid-fight, which is what people are already doing. Only warrior can have two equipped, but that's not what people are talking about. They're dragging the weapon and they're equipping it to their main slot. So, a little bit different of an issue. So it's up to the devs if they don't want that kind of gameplay, then the quicker they fix it, the better, so people don't like get used to the mechanics and then get it taken away later. You know, if that's how they want their game to be, it would probably be better if it was done earlier, you know, sooner than later, kind of deal. Why do I say rogues have one playable weapon? That's not what I said. I said every class only gets one weapon that they can equip at a time. Because warrior gets two. That's, we're talking about different things here. I'm talking about rogues that are hot swapping weapons out of their bag in order to have, in order, like, for PvP. Personally, if the devs really want weapon swapping to be a warrior-only thing, then it would benefit the devs more to make that change as soon as possible. Because, you know, at a certain point, it's gonna feel like it's part of the game. And if you remove something that feels like it's part of the game, then it might be negatively received. You know, more so than if you just do it now and rip the band-aid off. It's really up to the devs at this point if that's what they want to do or not. I don't know what the right decision really is. But it's what the devs want, so what do I know? I'm gonna get away. I didn't realize I was out of stamina. I messed up. I haven't fought the... Yeah, I need my warm-up ogre fight. I need my warm-up. Try that again. Come on. I should have a, you know how like workplaces have the like 0 places or 0 days without a workplace accident? I should have one of those signs for people that talk about dungeon porn. Like 0 days without talking about dungeon porn kind of deal. That seems like it would be pretty valid. I think I just heard a player. Oh, you. I thought I heard a player, that's why I came up here. Then he nailed me with a rock. Did I hear a player? I'm pretty sure I heard somebody. Is there not a player? Did I freak out for nothing? I thought I heard footsteps, but maybe not. He's gotta be almost dead at this point. Probably like a few more volleys and he should be done. So were there just never any people here? Did I just like panic for nothing? I guess panic for nothing is... 'Cause I really, really thought I heard somebody. Because I really did not. Should you buy it? Benjamin, do you mean, like, the game? Legacy? It's hard for me to recommend buying the game in the current state, just because I know there's so many gameplay exploits going on. If it wasn't for the exploits, like, I feel like I would be more inclined to say yes. I don't know. I feel like it might be better to wait a little bit at this point before you like dive in. This might not be the best time to like start. There's probably better times than this. You think May is a good time for buying the game? Oh yeah, because that's the next big content date, right? Yeah, that's a good thought process. Yeah, May, probably. Right now, this game is kind of my bridge game, like my gap, while waiting for Mistfall Hunter's playtest. That's kind of what I'm utilizing Legacy for. It's also been my gap for like waiting for Dark and Darker patches, but you know, knowing now that Dark and Darker might, you know, delete their knowing that they might end up deleting solos, I'm having a hard time caring too much about Dad right now. They nerfed everything you used in Mistfall. It sounds like they're doing their jobs then, Lich. What's the problem? Oh. Where? Dang. It's another rogue. Holy hell. Okay. Everybody's done. GG. Wasn't expecting this many people to come by. Why isn't EU like this? I haven't had a fight like this in a while. This is a minority. Most of my games have been like 1 or 2 people at most. I don't know why I just had so many people to fight just now, but I'm not complaining. A lot of ore. I need a lot of ore. Alright. Is the ogre loincloth worth keeping? It can disenchant into ogre blood, right? So it's probably worth keeping, I think. What do I get rid of here? Another player I just hear? Drop the bandages. I'll drop one bandage. I'm good with this. I'm just gonna leave this green gear. I don't have space for it, so. If this rogue doesn't attack me, I'll give him this gear. I don't know. I wonder where the rogue is. I'm willing to be nice and give the rogue this loot. I guess I'll just hope that he finds it. I don't want to sit here anymore. I'm already full anyway, so. Can't grab a single thing even if I wanted to. I think that warrior might have been chasing a rogue or something. Because it looked like he was on a mission. I have never used a single emote in this game. I don't even know what my key binding is for it. I am more excited for Paladin than Wizard, but that said, I still am definitely going to be playing some Wizard for sure. I didn't even see the dog. Bro was invisible, I swear. If I had to guess, Paladin is probably a year away. We'll probably see a first draft of Wizard in 3 months. And then they'll probably spend another 3 months working on the class. And then they'll probably release Paladin in like 3 months after that. That's what I think they'll do at least. Because there's a lot of other stuff to add besides just characters, right? We need more maps. We need more just, like, general content. It's not all about characters. I'm thinking 3 to 6 months for Wizard and then, like, 9 to 12 months for Pally. That seems like a reasonable amount of time to expect it. Was I wrong on the barter? Can I not use the burial shroud to craft one of these items? I thought you could, but maybe not. Unless it's a higher level. I guess I'll just hold on to it for now. I might be wrong, though. I might not be able to use that anymore. You can't wait for the wizard exploits? I mean, yeah, there will probably be some exploits involving wizards. Probably. But I mean, that's a future problem. That's a problem for future us. Future me. Not for current me. You want to see tomatoes? Sure. Ripe tomato. It's not very good. But, you know, they're here. They're very rare. Very, very, very rare. 800 players at the moment. I mean, yeah, the player count's obviously not doing very good at the moment. I mean, not much to do about that. I'll be back in a second. Honestly, it's kind of sad to see. Because if you consider that there's, what, 800 people currently playing Legacy, and then you consider the fact that between YouTube and Twitch, we probably have, like, about 120 viewers or so. So, us being here, we are like 15% of the player base all here right now between YouTube and Twitch stream. That is not good. That is not great. Definitely not ideal. Hopefully, I wonder how long it'll take for the player base to come back. Unfortunately for me right now, I don't really know what else to play. I don't really have anything else that I really feel like streaming. Outside of just like waiting for Mistfall Hunter to come out. But that's, you know, that might not come until later this month. So we got it, like, we got a little bit. We got some time to burn before that comes. I mean, we have Dark and Darker, but not if they remove solos, that is. The thing is, I don't even think the game is bad. Like, there is no part of me that feels like this game is inherently bad. Is it in, like, maybe a tough spot? Yeah, a little bit. It could be better. Is the game itself bad, though? I really don't think so. Do I think the game is bad enough that it deserves, like, less than 1,000 players playing? Not really, but I also can't really blame people between the duping and the game exploits that are going on. I can't really blame people for not wanting to deal with it, but I don't know. Definitely sucks to see the player base fall by so much. Sorry. I could not. I was mid-attacking and I just sneezed. Okay. taking a break, waiting for new content. I think a lot of us are waiting, or I think a lot of people are in like the same exact spot. I think a lot of us are in kind of like that waiting room, so to speak, of just there's not a lot to do in this game. Like once you've kind of delved into it, there's not that much left to see. So I think a lot of people are kind of like at that point where they're just like, I don't know. They're probably just getting bored, you know? It's a lot of the same, you know. I think with some good, like, I think with some new content, this game has some pretty serious promise, though. The nature of these games? I mean, not really. Even if it does it really matter? Because this is the genre that I like, so... I mean... Yeah, I would say no, not really. Tarkov seems to do pretty well for itself. I mean, to be honest, I think if this game was in a more complete state and it had more content, less bugs, and all that jazz, I do think the player base would be higher than it currently is. But that's just not the reality of what the game is currently like. So, you know, we're just kind of at that point. That's just it's the nature of early access, man. You know, all we can really do is just wait for the game to be in a more complete state. Just play it for what it's worth for the time being. I mean, you're not wrong. The extraction genre is niche, but I don't think that is why Legacy has fallen down so many players. I think it's a little bit silly to say that, like... Is that a player? Yeah, I hear a player somewhere. I think it might be a rogue. There he is. It is a rogue. It's even a rogue player. I was right. I don't think he noticed I was here. I don't think he even noticed me. I think he was in his own world. 8 pumpkins? What? How do you have 8 pumpkins? That is what? That is insane. Okay. That is absurd. Bro is farming. Nah, you can grab pumpkins in the pumpkin area. I've just never seen 8 of them in one spot. That's just a little bit of a rare sight. Hey, 9 pumpkins. Pumpkin god is more like it. Bro is the god of pumpkins. Pick it up. Up. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this guy. It's not even that hard. Unless you're like me and okay. It's okay. Little choppy, but we made it. We made it work. Did they change this boss? That boss is no. This has always been a Wraith, Mr. X. Yeah, he has always been a Wraith. That has never changed, as far as I know. I just heard a... Anyway, I want to grab these chests, and then we can go worry about that guy. Maybe I just wanted to another road. Yeah, if you don't know, this chest right here usually spawns green treasure. So, it's worth going to. This one can too, but it seems like it's less likely. Hey, Kawa, good to see you, man. Does every item have a legendary variant? Yeah, there's no uniques, though. All the legendary variants have the same effects as the common variants. It's just stats. Stats and gem socketing is the big thing. I don't think making this game free to play would be a good idea, by the way. Not without content or updates. You don't just make this game in the current state free to play. That's not the play. That's not what makes this game like suddenly like good. You know, it needs content updates and it needs balance updates. The answer to needing content updates and balance updates is not to make the game free and then get flooded by free-to-play reviews of how much the game needs updates. Like, sure, it might temporarily release or increase your player count. I'm not gonna deny that, but it's still not the answer. Well, yeah, it'll also have the unfortunate side effect of making cheating and all that other stuff, like, way worse. So, that too. Spent 7 hours trying to kill boss with no luck. I'm guessing you're not trying to cheese it. I know if you cheese the boss, it's pretty easy, but I'm guessing that's not what you're doing. I would like to see them... What was I gonna say? I like lost my train of thought. I would like to see them make white gear easier to craft. I think right now it's a little bit lopsided in terms of how hard it is to craft like white gear compared to green even. I have what feels like an infinite supply of green gear, but the white gear is what I'm struggling with because it takes so many materials. I think you should probably reduce the white gear cost. And then that might also help the newer players too. It helps everybody because of the way the crafting system works, but it also helps new players and trying to get like, you know, at least white gear to compete. You're not sure what the devs are thinking, but wanting a small player pool to test something that isn't even a month old makes sense. Why let a bunch of people who would review bomb a game that's being worked on? No, I agree. No, I 100% agree with you. I think the devs are making the right call in not listening to the game needs to be free to play crowd. I think it is better for the game that it is not currently free to play. I think doing like free weekends or anything like that could definitely be useful to increase in the future, but I don't think you do that unless you get some updates first. That's the big thing. So for the time being, I think the game is in like an okay spot. I don't think you need to have like a million players playing. You know, having more or less players is not going to make the development any faster. You know, it's still going to take time for all of this stuff to kind of come through. So, you know, while the dev team sits and, you know, tidies up the game and makes it more enjoyable to play, I don't think you need necessarily to increase the player count from where it currently is. I think it's okay. You got the game 2 days. You got... Oh, sorry. I can't talk. You just got the game 2 days ago, and as a new player, your feedback is getting slaughtered by players who've been playing and have good gear makes you not want to play it. Yeah, I mentioned that before. I think the white gear is probably a little bit too hard to craft. Also, the tutorial map, I think, isn't necessarily doing what they wanted to do. How much would you have to donate for me to delete my entire stash? Delete my entire stash? I'd have to think about it. Probably a lot. It would be a lot. Definitely a lot. I don't know what the number would be. It's a lot of time and effort going down the drain. Everyone has a price? Yeah, everyone does have a price. I'd have to think about it. I have to think about what that price would be. Well, shit, for 500, I would delete it in a heartbeat. Money first, and then I would just delete it for sure. But, it would be, but the reality is, who the hell would pay me $500 to delete a virtual stash? That would be silly. Wouldn't that be silly? The lore loves to know. The lore loves to throw numbers out there. Yeah, I've seen lore. I think the lore did rogue content for 300 bucks, I think. I'm pretty sure lore did it for 300, if I remember correctly. How many hours do I have? About 120 hours, something like that. Yeah, about 120, give or take. Inventory on this game is too small. Inventory in this game is definitely very small. Yeah. It is quite tiny. It's better than it was, but still feels a little bit too small. I would agree. Mr. X, there is no one in their right state of mind that would ever give a streamer $10,000 in a game as small as Legacy to delete their staff. That would be crazy. That would be insane. I mean, shit. How many people are even in the legacy, like, streaming tab? Who's streaming besides me? Who do we got? Not a lot. Wait, I am the biggest streamer that's playing this game. Oh, that's sad. I didn't know. Did all the big streamers leave? Because I'm not really a big streamer. I'm kind of like a middle. I'm like a small, medium streamer. I don't consider myself big at all. Well, that's just sad. Yeah, this game really is starting to fall. Damn. It's a flex? It is not a flex. That is not a flex. I don't want to be the biggest streamer in a category. Like, because that means the game is, like, not doing super well. I promise that is not a flex. You know, I said the same exact thing about Dungeonborn a while back. If you were around for, like, the, last couple weeks of Dungeonborn, I do distinctly remember looking at the streaming chart and, like, seeing myself being in the top part of the streamers. But it was, like, because no one else was really streaming. You know? However, that said, I don't think this game is even comparable to Dungeonborn. The devs for this game are way better than Dungeonborn could ever have hoped to be. That said, yeah, it's still is not great seeing, you know, the player base fall. Rogue? I feel like I just saw a rogue. It is so unlikely to get one of these from a normal white wolf. That's pretty lucky. Da Vinci's kicking your ass. I haven't really been doing a lot of legacy content. Truth be told, it's because there's not a lot of people watching legacy on YouTube there's not a lot of people looking up legacy content right now on YouTube. So I really haven't been taking the time and effort to make legacy content because I just don't even know if it's really worth the time to do it. I'd rather just stream and then make content when it, like, makes more sense to do it again. Because right now, any content I make for legacy is... there's not a lot to do, you know? There's not a lot of content to make at the moment. Well, in Dungeonborn, at the early part, I had a lot more viewers, but towards the end of Dungeonborn, my viewers were sitting around, like, 100. Around that point. This was, like, when the game was starting to, like, die off, and it was, like, right before the game kind of evaporated off the face of the earth. So. My demigod? No, I haven't really been playing Dark and Darker. Outside of that, I don't really care about the demigod grind anymore. I don't care about the cosmetics in that game like I used to. But no, I haven't bothered doing the demigod grind. People enjoy the content. Yeah, I know. I recognize that people like. Yeah, I get it. You know, I'm not discrediting the. I'm not trying to act like the content that I have is like bad or anything, but I'm still a small streamer. You know, calling myself a big streamer, I think, would be like just wrong. You know, I'm obviously not like big in that sense. Hey, Butcher, welcome, man. Just yep. Nice to hear the players are cleaning out the dupe player. Oh yeah, the dupe. Yeah, yeah. I hate people that exploit games like duping and RMT and stuff. All those guys gotta go. People like that are like the rotten apples. They don't. There's no benefit to having them in the game or in the community. Just get rid of them. Death ball over axe. Yeah, there's too many warriors just exploiting the axe right now. I don't want to use the death ball. Wait, someone was duping on stream? I didn't even know about that. I just got tricked. I got bamboozled. Well, I'm not jumping off the cliff. Yeah. I'll accept the L on that one. I'll just accept it and move on. It's fine. How do you exploit the axe? I am no longer sharing how to do the axe exploit because, well, I'm just not gonna share it. Do I want to grow the channel or content from where I'm at now? I mean, that's kind of a silly question. Of course I do, right? However, that said, I can only get as many views as, like, the game, like, as far as, like, the game market saturation goes, or however you want to put it. If a game has no players, then I can't really reasonably grow to a point where I would be able to if the game was bigger. It's not possible. There's only so many people playing Legacy right now, right? There's only so many people looking up content and guides and all that other jazz. That said, if I can manage to find another extraction game like Dungeonborn that explodes in popularity, yeah, I would love to try to get to the point where I was for DB. That would be nice. Well, the thing is, I don't want to just play a game because it has a big player base, so that's not what I want to do. I like extraction games. I'm waiting for one of these extraction games to blow up. Yeah, I'm in an unfortunate spot where the games that I like playing and streaming are extraction games, but extraction games are very tiny in terms of player base. At least at the moment, it feels like that's the case. So, yeah, I mean, I'm in this weird spot where I'm just not. I'm kind of like locked in on. There's only so much I can reasonably do as far as, you know, channel content goes. I'm really putting all my eggs in the basket for these games that are upcoming, that are supposedly coming out in like the next couple months. My hope right now is that between Midnight Walkers, Mistfall Hunter, Vault Breakers, Legacy, I'm hoping between those 4 games and then maybe anything else out there that I am able to, you know, continue to grow my channel. But unless one of these games happens to explode in popularity, you know, I can only do so much in a player base that's less than 1,000 players. I can't make blood out of stone. I think that's what one of the other creators had mentioned when they were talking about the like active like player counts and viewership. I can't make something out of nothing, you know. If the player base is not currently here, then there's nothing I can do to make them show up. If the game is not like, you know, popular. What about Dark and Darker? I'm just burnt out on Dark and Darker, man. And they're also talking about removing solos, so Dark and Darker probably isn't gonna be for me, unfortunately. If Dark and Darker removes solo content, then I will never play the game again. There's no point, because I'm a solo player. Like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to play a game if there's no solos? That's what I play. It's... What can I do? If I did hot tub streams, yeah, that would definitely be pretty good for the channel. 100%. It's not a patch, JC, it was the developer stance. They made a mention on Discord yesterday that they're gonna start banning people that are exploiting, which is very good for the game. That said, we're still kind of in a waiting room spot for real patches to come through. Yeah, I would love nothing more than to be able to try to return to the viewer counts that I had from Dungeonborn, but I'm not gonna stress my life over getting back to a player count like DB had, because it is very reliant on like a few factors, such as a game getting popular enough like DB for me to actually make content. Because right now there are no games that are on my like radar of extraction to play that are able to compete with, you know, where Dungeonborn was when it first released. It's the reality of things. So what's the point of stressing over something that you have no control over? There's really none. So I just stream for, you know, I do what I can. I do my streams, and all I can do is wait for all these other games to come out. We'll kind of have to like play it by ear. You know? Like maybe Legacy gets really popular, and then I can kind of continue making good content here. And, you know, maybe Midnight Walkers explodes, and that game does well. Or maybe it's Mistfall Hunter, or maybe it's Vault Breaker. I really don't know, but you know, hopefully one of these extraction games that I enjoy streaming explodes. Kind of what I'm waiting for. Why did DB get so popular? Well, number one, DB was free. Number two, DV was more well-polished than Legacy was when they first released. But the devs didn't know how to handle the popularity, and things went bad pretty fast, fortunately for them. I don't know what exactly caused DB to get so popular, like as popular as it was. And for my streams in particular to get so popular, I really don't know. I don't really have like a formula to recreating that like success, if you want to put it that way. I have no idea. All I can really do is just keep playing the games that I enjoy and hope that one of them catches on. Because we're in a very niche genre. There's only so much I can do in a genre like this. But yeah, my hope is that Legacy devs are able to add a bunch of new content, and it's able to, you know, kind of grow their player base from there. It seems like they have a lot of plans for marketing. I mean, I trust the devs. I mean, they've, you know, they're an ex-team of Blizzard. They obviously have, like, an idea of, like, what they're doing. So, you know, if the devs are willing to take the time and effort to continue to develop this game, then, you know, I will keep playing this game, at least for the time being, while I wait for other stuff to come out. And hopefully, when the devs start to release some good content, I can come back, you know, because, like, when other games come out, I will probably take a break from Legacy, unless there's, like, good updates coming out. Which isn't really a bad thing. I don't think taking breaks from a game is bad by any means. I always see people constantly, like, ask me, like, you know, did I quit Dark and Darker, or what am I doing with that game, whatever. And my plan was never to, just be permanently done with the game forever. I just wanted a break from the game in general. Granted, that might change because they might end up deleting solos, so that's kind of a whole different issue, but my original plan for Dark and Darker was not to quit the game. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of at the point where there's only so much I can personally do in terms of content when the game is in such a, like a low viewership population spot. YouTube guides is how I find me. Well, yeah, every time that a new game, extraction game comes out, I always do guides. I did guides for Dark and Darker. I did guides for Dungeonborn. I did guides for Legacy. And every time I do guide videos, those are always the ones that do the best. Like the PvP videos are kind of like the normal content. You know, the content that's easier to make, and it isn't like a one-time guide kind of deal. But I mean, some of my best view videos are beginner guides, you know, for all the games. Even though like the Legacy videos in general have gotten less viewers than DB did and Dark and Darker did, considering how small the player base was for Legacy, I'm pretty happy with how many views Legacy videos got. But we're at the point now where making beginner guides I just don't think is worth the time. Because the viewership isn't here right now. There's not enough people with eyes on the game that I don't know if it's really worth making beginner guides anymore. Unless we get if we get some like good updates and the player base kind of goes up a little bit, then it becomes more worth it. But yeah, right now, it's really not, you know, it's not that worth the time and effort to make videos for a game that there's not that many people left playing. I enjoy streaming games. Editing is more of like work. That makes sense. So if I know that a game is pretty like low pop, making videos for that game is probably not gonna be like the same level. Like I still enjoy streaming this game, but as far as like making content for it, if there's not enough player base like to make like a whole guide, I just don't know if it's really like worth it. But if we get some new content and some new stuff to talk about, then that kind of changes. But right now, like, what am I gonna make a video on? Half of the fights I'm in are people exploiting, or it's gray geared players. It's one or the other. You know, it's either the naked priest or the naked rogue that like runs up to me and just dies, or it's the warrior doing double damage exploit axe cheesing, or the hunter's infinite arrow exploiting. Like, what content is there for me to make in Legacy when a lot of the PvP feels very, very cheesy? I would rather just wait for updates before I like continue to make more videos. You know, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't see the value in doing video content, but I do see the value in still continuing streams. It's just different. Because streams are fun, editing is busy work. So that's kind of where I'm at as far as like, you know, game content goes. That's why you don't see a lot of that's why you don't see a lot of videos from me at the moment on YouTube, because I'm just kind of waiting for something to happen. You picked up this game because of my channel. You usually go, what do I think about this game? Well, I'm glad that my game opinion has at least some weight on some people. I don't claim to be the most informative person on games. You know, obviously everybody has a different opinion on how they may or may not enjoy a game. That said, you know, I really did mean it a few weeks ago when I said that I thought this game was worth the money. It's just right now we are in desperate need for updates and other stuff like that, so we're in like kind of a weird spot where I'm just kind of like, just waiting for like something to happen, you know? Video on how to counter exploits. Yeah, I don't know. I thought about maybe doing a YouTube video based on the dev Q&A, but I would rather do a video on a patch or something significant the game is going through than just some like dev Q&A talk. I feel like I already did a video on the dev Q&A because there's a VOD on my channel that has the entire dev Q&A. So I don't really feel the need to make a video on it because it's already there. If people want to watch it, it's, you know, they can. I can tell you from my own YouTube, because I have access to all my analytics, right? I can tell you from my own analytics and looking at legacy content on YouTube, there are not a lot of people still making content for legacy. There's a few people out there, but it's not that many. And there's like no big YouTubers out there making content anymore. And my own analytics show that like the general interest that people have in legacy is falling quite a lot. Like if you compare like the legacy videos from like a few weeks ago to now, they have fallen quite a lot as far as like personal interest goes. So, you know, I can already kind of tell like where the current like populace is in terms of wanting to watch legacy content. It's not really there at the moment. Hopefully that changes though, because I would love to make some more videos. I need content to make videos, and there's nothing for me to make at the moment, so I just have to wait. That said, when Mistfall Hunter comes out, I will definitely be making some content on that. And if there's any significant updates for Dark and Darker or Legacy, I'll make videos on that too. So, videos aren't like done, you know, just kind of like waiting for something to happen. That's all. Not a big deal. Treasure key run? Sure, why not? Yeah, releasing a video on how to counter exploits would just be immediately null and void the moment a patch came out. So it's like, the effort that I'm spending on making that video is probably not really worth it. That is cooked and you were thinking about getting this game. Is it worth it right now with the exploits, or should you wait? I think waiting is probably better at this point. I think the game is still fun, and there is definitely still fun to be had for playing, but for somebody who's never played the game before, at this point, I think it's kind of hard to get into because we're in such desperate need for patches. So if you want your first time playing this game to be in a better spot, I would probably recommend just, like, waiting, to be honest. At the very least, if you're impatient and you just want something else to play, then wait for the next balance patch that fixes the exploits. If you're patient and you feel like you can wait a little bit for something, if you feel like you're okay waiting longer, then waiting for May might even be better, but that's pretty far away, so I wouldn't blame you if you were not interested in waiting that long. How do you fight Druid in Dark and Darker? Druid is overpowered in Dark and Darker. It's been overpowered for a long time. I don't have an answer for you, to be honest. Druid is one of the reasons that I stopped wanting to play Dark and Darker. I don't like that class being in the game. It's always felt like very unbalanced. So I don't have an answer for you. Sorry. What the? That was weird. It was like the... Oh god, it's one of these hunters. It's not even worth it. I can already tell how this fight's gonna go because he's already just using cyclones right off the rip, and I'm not even anywhere near him. That is... Yeah, that is not happening. Looks fun. I'll just ignore him. Hunters, if I see hunters using... If I see hunter using cyclone like that, I already know that it's not worth fighting them. So, we'll just ignore them for now. Yeah, if he wants to fight me, he can come into this little area here where I can actually kill him. I'm not fighting a hunter outside. It's not worth it. I bullied you last night? Were you one of the hunters that were spamming cyclone on me? If so, deserved. I need to check to make sure he's not coming down here. If I get caught in the treasure room against that hunter, I will be very sad. Wipe? Probably not for 2 months. Not till like May. I would love to kill hunters, but they're too strong right now. The cyclone is too strong, so it's not really worth the time and effort. If a hunter knows what they're doing, it's basically impossible for me to kill them. Did I just randomly find a master hammer? Okay. That's the first master hammer I've ever seen in this game. Ever. I don't need them anymore. But, okay. Why is stuff easier to find when you're not looking for it? That's just silly. That's so silly. That's so silly. I feel nothing because I don't need it anymore. So I feel absolutely nothing about finding it. It feels like a... it feels like it just doesn't even matter. Well, shit, I guess we just go leave, huh? Take the master hammer and get out of here. The treasure room is at the Church of the Woods underground. You feel nothing on a daily basis? Oh. Well, I used to get really excited when I would find anvils and stuff, but my lodge is maxed out, so it doesn't really matter anymore. It's a pretty nothing burger. I've been looking for that for like so long, and I find it when I finally have everything finished, which is really funny. If hunters take off Cyclone, you'll take off Charge. Cyclone's worse than Charge. I would rather fight a warrior charging at me than fight a hunter that has an infinite Cyclone number. To be honest. Also, which I don't know if you've encountered some of these hunter players, but they're also carrying around a bunch of stamina pots. So even if you catch them and they run out of stamina, it doesn't matter. They will just pop those potions and they will still disappear. So it's not great. It's pretty silly. So like the one like counter of maybe they run out of stamina, well, that doesn't, it's not really a counter because they're just, you know, they're just bringing stamina potions anyway. So they just keep spamming it forever. Very silly. Stamina pots are very, very, very good. But asking me a question and not giving me time to respond and then calling me a bad streamer is cringe as hell. I'm gonna ban you. I'll see you. Go watch someone else. Stop. Learn to not be cringe, please. The entitlement is crazy. The entitlement on some of these people is insane. Yeah, that's a YouTube chat moment, I guess, for sure. I've had Twitch chat people be like that too, though. It's not only them, but very, very, very silly to do something like that. Once they fix Hunter, the game will be better. Well, it's not just Hunter that needs to be fixed. They need to fix Hunter and Warrior in particular as far as exploits go. Those two alone will make the game a lot better for all of us. My stash is nice. It would be a shame if someone donated 500 for me to delete it. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to donate 500 for me to delete the stash, you better be sending it through PayPal, not through YouTube, because YouTube will take like 30% of that. So, so. Just saying. Sure, it would be a big waste of money for both of us if you sent it through YouTube. What do I cook? We cooking Deathball Warrior, bro. Deathball Warrior is the play. That's what I'm doing, at least. Merging my chats. I considered merging my chats and being on the stream, but there were people that had asked me not to do it because they like watching full screen without chat on the screen. So I was a little bit hesitant on it. It seems like some people want it and some people don't. I don't really know what the best play is for me. Like, I don't know what I don't really know what I should do. Oh, what do I cook in my cooking pot? Oh, I'll show you after this game. I got you. I got you. I wasn't sure what you were really asking. Oh. I hit the... That is the luckiest rogue alive. My grapple hit the skeleton instead of him. Wow. That's crazy how lucky this guy is. Wow. Wow, that rogue is so lucky. That is the luckiest guy alive. Oh my god. If that chain hits him, he's dead. Wow. Freaking wowza, man. What a lucky ass guy. That is crazy. Alright. I'm just tilted at this. I'm just tilted by the Skelly at this point. I'm so tilted by the Skelly. Alright, he's dead. Yeah, it's hard to play well when that sequence of events was just so tilting. Watching the skeleton just like go in front and eat it like it was like that was just crazy. That was so crazy. Nice. All right. You can swap to Mason Shield while stunned or incapacitated for more PDR. That would actually be very smart. That's a good point, Lich. That's smart. I should do that. Good call. Good call. That would make a lot of sense. You are 100% right. I never really thought about doing that, but yeah, the PDR is definitely like good to have. Huh? Smart. Weapon swapping while stunned? Hey, it's totally fair and balanced. Okay? Totally fair and balanced. If you were a millionaire, you would, Cougs? That's okay. It's okay. If I was a millionaire, I would also give you $500. But I'm not. So. Freaking priest in here. Okay, well, priest is long gone. Priest just flew across the map. He is gone. Okay. Patch am I waiting for? The patch that makes the that fixes all of these exploits that people are currently doing. That would be nice for a first step. Now, what is going to be really silly is if the devs decide to try to band-aid fix the exploiting, and they make it so if a warrior swaps weapons, they just can't use their abilities anymore, because I think I saw something about the devs considering doing something like that. That would make weapon swapping completely useless in PvP. And it would just incentivize you to use one weapon only, which makes no sense considering, like, that's not what they want warrior to be. So hopefully they don't just band-aid fix it and just make the game, like, unfun. Hopefully. We'll have to wait and see, though. I don't know what their plan is. Oh my god. No. You got back from the gym. Did you miss anything important? No, not really. Just some PvP and general gameplay. Nothing out of the ordinary or anything. Then do 0 to hero runs. I have so much stash. I don't have a lot of stash space. So it's not like... I can't really unless I started deleting my stash. Yeah, my stash is so full, even if I wanted to, it would be hard to do it without, like, straight deleting stuff. Might be weapons from inventory to main slot. Oh, you mean, like, the swapping for, like, backpack? I mean, if that's the case, then it's okay. I just don't know what their plan is, exactly. Weapon swapping a part of a skill? Well, warrior's skill is weapon swapping. That is warrior's skill at the moment. I mean, that's also true, yeah. If you do nothing but just gut skill expression by making, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I can see where you're coming from. They main warrior, they're not gonna gut it, you think so? We'll see. We'll see. Chris stated that in that Q&A, he meant any class besides warrior for weapon swap. He said it's by design to give warrior that ability in his toolkit, and they would monitor down the line for removing it on warrior, adding second slots for other classes. Okay, so the thing that I heard about removing that, it was specifically for the people that are doing it from their bags, right? Okay, got it. Yeah, I was not aware of that. I might have missed that part. Is there only warrior and nothing like a knight or a fighter? Well, warrior is the fighter. They are planning to add a paladin, but that's probably a year down the road, Bidco. Probably a year, I would say. Alright, we gotta go. I figured I'd grab some kegs mint while I was here. I'm gonna get like 4. 3. That's not bad. Well, that's what I'm saying. If the developers made it so if I swap from like the mace to my death ball and it makes me unable to use my skills, then why the hell does weapon swapping even exist? If it's from bags and they want to stop people from swapping like this, then okay, fair, I guess. But I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I hope they're able to fix the exploits without having to band-aid fix the game. How long is August? Wait, really? That soon? That's way quicker than I thought. Holy shit, really? Damn. Okay. Hoping to wear some plate and using a sword. Looks like more like a barb. Yeah, it's gonna be some time mid-cal before we have other class options. For now, this is your main choice. I mean, in my opinion, the new classes aren't even the priority of what I'm looking forward to in this game. Like, don't get me wrong, I want new classes, but new classes comes with very big balance issues that I've already seen from Dark and Darker. So I'm not like particularly looking forward to classes as much as I am content and balance fixes. So when they do add Wizard and Paladin, hopefully the balance doesn't go completely out the window like Druid did for Dark and Darker. Druid has been like ruining Dad for however long Druid has been out for. So I hope that the devs are able to not have an issue like that. That would be nice. I really don't want Druid 2.0 messing up the game, preferably. They said Paladin will have an ability to sense PvP. Do you mean like sense fires? That sounds like a druid. Okay. Yeah, it sounds a little familiar. Well, Cyclone Hunter is this game's version of druid right now, but they're already working on nerfing it, so I'm not like overly worried about it. Cyclone Hunter is very, very, very silly at the moment. It definitely does remind me a little bit of Druid, but it'll be fixed, so it's like, whatever. Probably need to cook more food, right? By the way, this is one of the best set of foods I think you can have. 100 health and +1 serving from the wolf haunch. Mint leaves are insane. 10 stamina and then 2 servings, so your stuff lasts for 5 rounds. And then you throw in the steel pepper for 5% physical armor. I don't know if there's a better set than this, but at least for like level 3 and 4, this is really, really good. Probably one of the best setups currently in the game. And it's 5 rounds is a lot for that to be lasting. Pretty good. Apple pie? Apple pie is good, but it's too hard to make. Would I rather collect 8 apples, 3 wheat, and 1 dried herb for 80 max health? Or would I rather go for 1 wolf launch and 1 dried herb, which gives 20 more HP, and it gives me an extra serving, so I don't have to farm as much? The 15% wound resistance isn't that big of a deal for Warrior, because Warrior's passive already helps you for wounds. So yeah, for Warrior, Season Wolf Launch is just better. It's just better. So you prefer Ogre Tallow? I don't have Ogre Tallow, though. I don't have it unlocked yet. But yes, I'm sure if I was full legendary, it'd be a little different, maybe. Oh, you mean, I see what you mean. You're saying Steel Pepper, the 5% PDR, isn't as worth it as the extra health, right? Is that what you mean? That makes sense. I could see that. I'll be back in a second. Does the food disappear if fire runs out? No. No. There is a bug where the active meal will go gray, but the effect is still there, even though it's bugged out. The fireplace has to be actively burning to receive the effects from the food. But if the fireplace runs out, you don't lose your food, but you have to reignite the fire in order to get the effect back. You got the game a few days ago. As far as buying it, you'd say go for it, but the game is very hard starting out. Yeah, the game is definitely is definitely in a pretty tough spot starting out. If you're brand new, you're probably just gonna get ran down by better players. I mean, I know it's only a few weeks since launch, but the difference in skill level between someone who's been playing this game since launch and someone who just started is already a pretty wide gap. So I wish you luck if you're just starting out new right now. Yeah, good luck. I'll give the suggestion that I gave the other day on stream about what I think they should do for new player lobbies. You guys tell me what you think about this. I think that Goldbrook, the tutorial map where you play and learn how to play, I think they should let you collect items in this mode, but it should be severely reduced to the point where it's not worth farming if you're experienced. Like, it's never worth going there. But if you're brand new and you have, like, junk gear and whatever else, I really don't see the problem in someone going to a map like this and pulling out, like, maybe, like, a white or two or some, like, meds or something. I don't really think that's an issue. Like, Goldbrook could be the place where you go, where if you're, like, brand new, you can farm white gear, meds, and maybe some, like, basic food items. So take away the greens, take away anything higher than green, take away, like, any end game crafting material that the bosses might drop. You know, give the players a place to actually play the game, and maybe farm up at least basic resources outside of Greenwood. That's what I would do, personally. That's how I would address new player. There's a game that was going to come out, but they canceled the PvP for it. It was Shadows of Chroma Tower, which had kind of a similar idea to it. So in Shadows, you had 4 different game modes. The harder game modes is where you started to find PvP, and the earlier game modes was only PvE. So it gave new players an option to understand and learn how to play without having to fight players, which I thought worked out pretty well. Unfortunately, the devs decided to just scrap the PvP mechanics, because I guess they just weren't confident they were going to have enough players. But regardless, I think the idea of having some kind of starter player zone with very, very low reward and low risk, because, you know, you can only die to mobs, I think is not bad. I don't really see it as a bad thing if, you know, little Timmy over here wants to play Gold Rook and learn how to play the game in an environment where he's not getting ran down by, you know, the full blue warrior charging across the map, or the Cyclone Hunter that's just, you know, that's just evade spamming the entire match. Like, it would be nice, I think, for new players to have somewhere to go, because Goldbrook feels very overlooked. Like, I think I went here one time and then I left because you don't get gear. I don't know. I think it would be okay, personally. The Hunter and Priest that are standing on ledges to kill elites, is that exploiting? Not bannable exploiting. The dev said that the exploiting is primarily focused on people that are abusing stuff for PvP, such as duping and RMT, as an example. You don't understand what the big deal is started playing not a week ago and you're farming players. I mean, not everybody is as good as you are, Oliver. Should be the is the answer to what you're asking. Or just make it 10 games that you can play and you can't go there anymore. Well, that also feels kind of bad too, because what if they're really bad and they still want to go there after 10 games? I don't think that's really a problem, I think. NA East is sweaty because you have to deal with me, Lich, Airoli, and Trick, plus others you don't watch. It feels like outside of us, though, a lot of people were in grays running around. I mean, heck, I bet you half the people I've killed today were in grays. So it's like, I don't know. You think more maps will different yield to sift Timmy's out? Oh, you mean like harder dungeon maps? Yeah, that'll help too. That would be another solution for sure. Okay. Where do we want to go? 17 minutes is pretty late. Check the wood spawn real quick. Server down? As far as I know, the servers are not down, but I'm also in NA, not Europe, so I can't say for certain for the server. Oliver, if you don't create a way for casual people to play the game in at least some sort of capacity, you're not going to have any people left to fight. If your game only draws in the sweatiest of the sweats, your game is going to have a very low player base at all times. That is just the reality of how that's going to go. Being able to at least somewhat be playable as a casual is important. Oh, is it a... Alright, let's see if this... Oh, that was a crazy turnaround. Dude, that was crazy. That guy just got finessed. Oh my god. Dude, that turnaround onto his dodge was crazy. Holy. Poor guy. He even had extra ears too, and I didn't. Holy hell, man. That was nuts. That was crazy. That guy's mad? Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Feel a little bad. A little bit. Just a little bit, though. I guess it's time to escape, huh? Alright, GG. Let's go run to the exit. I guess. Okay, GG. Props to him for not doing the axe cheese though, at the very least. That's a good. That's at least nice. Don't need pumpkins. I'm grabbing them for quests. There's quests where you need pumpkins, and I still need my vendors leveled up. Because it's for the food vendor. So that's why I'm grabbing those. Four pumpkins is kind of hard to not take. That's a lot. If it wasn't four, if it was like 1 or 2, I would just leave them. But I can't not take 4. Until I get max level vendors, I have to still like worry about that kind of stuff. An MMR system? I don't think MMR works in games like this. Because a lot of it's part of like year 2. You can have a new player lobby where like the game will put you into different lobbies if you're brand new. But I don't think MMR in particular is good for these kind of games. If you want to do it where like if a player has maybe less than like 10 hours and they're put into separate lobbies, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But that's a little different than MMR. Because when you say that, I'm thinking like I don't even know what game to even give an example of, but there's a million of them. You know, I'm thinking like you go in and then you get like on like an MMR ranking that puts you against other people. I don't think that kind of thing works in a gear-based game. I don't think gear score needs to be in this game either. There's not enough players. When they start adding more maps to the game, I don't think you can have gear score also because it's going to split the player base even further. And then you're going to end up with a bunch... You're going to end up with what Dark and Darker has, where you have like 200 different queues. And when you're on certain regions, even when there's like 10,000 people on, you still fight the same people over and over again. So I don't know if that's necessarily the best case either. But I don't know. I'm just kind of talking out loud here. Anyway. Yeah, I think MMR works more in a game where it's 100% skill-based, and there is no gear that will influence a fight, you know? Like a fighting game, like Mortal Kombat, for example. MMR in those kind of games works, because you're always starting on an even field, These kind of games, it's just not the case, you know? You have gear that is going to directly influence things that it is going to influence like your ranking. It just doesn't really work the same way, I think. You think the best idea was to just give casuals PvE map where they can farm and train with a lot less drops than normal? I mean, I really don't see a downside to it, personally. I think if people want to go into a single player tutorial map and farm very, very low basic resources, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But you'd have to revamp the map to make sure that it doesn't become better to farm than Greenwood, because otherwise it kind of messes up the economy too. You have to be very careful with doing that. But I think it could work, personally. It's possible. Dungeonborn had its chance to be good. Dungeonborn had everything. They had a player base. They had a very solid game. They had plenty to work with. They could have added more classes. They could have added, I don't know. There's so much they could have done, man. They could have added more artifact weapons or legendaries in that game, right? Could have added, there was so much they could have done. And they just flubbed it all. It just went so bad. They had everything and they just gave it all away for nothing. Insane. Where am I at? Oh. Dungeonborn 2? You know what that reminds me of? When the culling died and they added the culling 2. Was anyone else here around for the culling 2? You were around for that? Yeah, so you know. You know exactly what I'm talking about, then. The Culling was one of my favorite games. Fun fact, if you don't know, I have hundreds of videos on my YouTube channel that are privated, all the Culling. From, God, 10 years ago, however long it's been at this point. Feels like 10 years. I even have a video where I was excited for the Culling too, because I had no idea like how bad it was gonna be. I was a sucker. I never bought the Culling 2 though. I never bought it because I saw it and was like, wow, this looks like shit. The Culling win. But I love that game, man. That game was fun. Someone told me the devs banned like 400 people yesterday. So I know that people have been getting banned, but you know, those are numbers that the devs did not say. I heard it from other people in chat, so I can't promise that like how accurate those are. Oh, thank God he died. I just turned orange. Holy God, that's lucky. Oh man, that could have been bad. Yeah, those are useless to me at this point. But I'll probably just drop it. Does death all cause hemorrhage or only mace? Oh, the death ball? The mace and shield is the only one that causes the hemorrhage. It doesn't, like, the mace and shield doesn't say that it does, but that is how that works. You don't see it in player count? I don't know what to tell you. I'm only the messenger here. I'm not the, I don't know for sure. Giant Skull is used one time to upgrade the ossuary, and then after that, there's no use for it. So you just leave it. There's no need for it. It's worth 150 gold, but it's way too big for the space. So yeah, I just don't worry about it. I don't think there's very many people who would play a game called who would play Dungeonborn 2. It would take one of the craziest plot twists I've ever seen for the Calling 2 to actually, or I'm sorry, for Dungeonborn 2 to actually become a legitimate game. I really doubt it. I doubt it. It's for the level 3 ossuary, Oliver, for the max level one. You would, Viz? Viz, you don't count. You don't count. You're the outlier here, I think. Uh-oh. How'd you die? Oh, I messed up. Oh, he's gone. He gave me the slip. Wait, why am I... What? What the heck? What's happening? Anyway. Okay. That priest did a shit ton of damage. I tried to press. Hit the goddamn that did it. Okay, well, sure. Just okay. Luckiest rogue alive. The wolf like ate that for him for free. No way, the wolf ate again? Why am I so unlucky? What is happening? Why is every wolf in the lobby running in front of the rogue and sacrificing itself? What is happening? I don't even know what to say. This is insane. I have nothing to say at this point. I'm at a loss. Every wolf in the game is just walking in. This is so stupid. This is actually so stupid. I have nothing to say about that. That is like the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I cannot believe that not one, but two wolves stepped in front of me in the middle of a fight. Insane. You with hunters? You run the other way. Hunters are too OP to fight if they're good. If they have 2 brain cells and they know how to press dodge and 3, then you cannot fight them and you run away. Not all hunters have those 2 brain cells required, though, so it's fine. But against warrior, you really shouldn't be dying to hunters. Or vice versa, I mean. When I played hunter, I was way more scared of a rogue. Dude, these wolves are, like, really screwing me in these fights over and over. I can't. It's crazy. Holy shit, that does a lot of damage. Who is saying priests are weak? Do you see the damage that guy's doing? How is that weak? I think you priests just suck at the game. I think priests just aren't good. Myself included, but how can you see that damage and go, wow, priest is so weak? That's crazy. It's insane. Yeah, I think I'm being 3v1 or 2v1 here. My C button is not working. Is it on cooldown? I can't tell because the game doesn't tell you if it's on cooldown or not. I think I'm being 3v1. I'm just gonna run away. Or 2v1, I mean. They sure don't seem to be attacking each other, so. I did get rooted, Lynn. I did get rooted. I just charged out of it. I charged before it went through. Well, the strat is to play priest and rogue and then only attack the warrior. That is the strat, which is currently happening today. I'm gonna reset because I have no heals left. But that priest was doing a shit ton of damage. So I'm not sure how people keep saying priest is weak. I'm convinced people just suck at the class. and just don't take the time to learn it. Because that is crazy. I took a third of my health from that one move that was an insta-cast on the ground. And then the, like, the little, like, bolts did another third. That was crazy. That was... I don't know, man. I don't know. People keep saying it's weak, but I don't think so. Once all these exploits get fixed, I'm probably gonna have to play a priest and actually, like, learn the class. Because that shit seems really strong. You don't like the anti-priest propaganda? I have talked to enough priests that know how to play the class that I know the class is not weak, but people seem to keep telling me that they think it's weak. It makes no sense. The only... Oh, I didn't mean to keep that. This is useless. Nope. Yeah, if that fight had been a 1v1 at any point in time, that would have been a little different, but yeah, I feel like I was getting attacked by both of them for most of the fight, so there wasn't really a whole lot I could do there. Sure felt like I was, at least. I need to collect, I need to start collecting mushrooms and flowers again. I'm running out of, material. Alright, mushrooms and flowers need to be on my radar. Try not to forget about those. Okay, I just crafted those potions, and I don't see them. Oh, there they are. I just saw them. They were hiding. You know, I will say it's not really surprising that I have people that, like, claim a class is weak, even though I don't think the class is weak if you play it correctly. Because I know there are still hunters out there who like to claim that hunter is currently weak, like, right now, even with the current stuff going on. So, it gives you a pretty good idea of how the game, of how the, you know, how that goes. How is Hunter? Hunter's insane. Hunter is completely insane. You just spam dodge and press Cyclone. After a few hours of playing the class, I started getting kills, and it felt, like, very, very strong. I wasn't even abusing the, like, the explosive arrow bug either. That was just Cyclone. Well, that is a fair point. The devs talked about it in the Q&A. The problem is that Priest only has a few viable, like, you have to play the game a certain way. I forget what it's called. Is it Sparks? There's one specific trait or skill, whatever it's called, that actually makes Priest good. Everything else is garbage. It's like solos, you never use your mirror because it's a waste. So you just spam the, I'd have to look at Priest to know what it is. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. What is it called? What do they spam? I know every good priest I ever see just uses the, not the sword and buckler. They use the... What's the weapon called? Yeah, they use the Worn Scepter, so they can heal themselves and also just do crazy damage. I think the Scepter is literally the only viable way to play Priest. So you spam Scepter, and then you just use, you know, whatever skills you're going to use. I think I've noticed, I think Priests are using, yeah, I think it's Heaven's Ward that I see Priests using. because it just does like a third of your health. And then I don't know if they use the stars very much. Some priests don't even use star, but I think it's gleaming they use. They don't use mirrors though. They're a waste of energy. So you just skip these. So you run the Sparks weapon, you run like Heaven's Ward for like a third of their health, and then you run whatever else they're gonna use. But I know Priest has a lot of traits that like are broken and don't even work, but even that said, Priest is not weak, you just have to use the right stuff. Anything outside of that realm is weak though. I don't think Priest is very scary unless they're running that specific setup, which is more of a game issue than anything else. So just some thoughts. But I'm not sure how you can look at an almost insta-cast ability on the ground and then watch me lose half my HP or a third of my HP and then go, yeah, that's probably weak. It is a little silly how people keep talking about this. I mean, I even have Priest players tell me that Priest feels strong, yet people still try to tell me that Priest is weak. Oh, is it Heaven's Fury? Is that the one that, like, insta-casts on the ground? Ah, okay. Got it. I knew one of them did, like, a crazy amount of damage. Some PV elites? I mean, I've been killing the elites pretty much all day, so I'll probably fight a few, yeah. It's not even worth it. She'll just start cycloning away constantly. It's not worth it. I don't even kill hunters anymore. They're for intents and for the purposes of the class, they're invincible. I don't even care. I'm just gonna leave them alone. I've played against enough hunters to know that it's a complete waste of time trying to fight them. I don't hate myself enough to go chasing a Cyclone Hunter. Not as Warrior, at least. If I was Rogue, I could do it. But outside of Rogue, I just don't think it's not worth it. Where do I want to go? I got kind of a shitty spawn because the timer is like already halfway gone. This is like not great at all. Not really sure. Maybe I'll go get like King's Smitten in this area over here. Wait, I need mushrooms and lilies too. Also just soul. I'll fight the warrior if he's here. Okay, or he'll just disappear off the face of the earth. He was here a second ago. I just know that every time I fight a priest, I can tell the difference between a priest that knows what they're doing and a bad priest. And when I fight a good priest, they do a shit ton of damage, even if they're in grays or, like, whites. It's kind of ridiculous. If they did any significant buff to priest, I think the class would actually feel oppressive, especially once the, exploiting gets taken care of. So if it does, then it gives me a reason to go play priest and go abuse sparks. So we'll see. I'll wait for a patch and then we'll kind of go from there. I do dread leveling up new classes though. I just don't like doing it. Not particularly, at least. I only really like leveling up one class. It's too grindy. It takes too much time. For me, personally. I don't want to expend the effort it takes to level up a new class. Now, if I could play a class at level 20 right off the rip, I would actually play other classes way more. But leveling is not very fun. It just takes too long. And also the bed is bugged, so I don't even get bed XP. Because my warrior eats all of the XP, so like I never actually get anything extra. It kinda sucks. Oh, I missed. Alright, easy peasy. That's how you fight the Sentinel, by the way, since you're asking. It's not too hard, once you get used to it. Priests seem like they do a lot of damage because it's holy damage. Warriors don't have great elemental and holy resistance. Well, no class has good elemental and holy resistance, do they? I don't think any class really does. I mean, Priest does, it's a lot of damage, man. I mean, losing a third of your health from one Priest spell is really, really crazy. I mean, it's range damage. I mean, it's a big deal. Not to mention some classes feel miserably weak when they don't have traits and skills. Yeah, playing Hunter before Cyclone sucks ass. Playing Hunter the moment you get Cyclone and Flying Seed Bomb, it's like a different game. It's crazy. The power level in having low and like being low level versus high level it's a crazy difference, man. I agree 100%. I almost wish that if you leveled up one class, it would just level all of them together. And just change the bed, how it works. I want to be able to play other classes without having to, like, play it for hours and feel like it's really, really bad. Like, I just want to play on max level. I don't want to have to take the time to level them. That's why I, like, play Warrior most of the time, because I don't have to level the class anymore. I'm sure I'm not the only one who feels that way either. Leveling in this game just doesn't feel very fun. Like, leveling one class is enough for me. It's enough effort. I don't want to have to do it more. Wizard's gonna one-shot every class. I mean, considering how much damage Priest already does, yeah, it's definitely a little bit worrying, for sure. Because no class has elemental resistance. Oh, I didn't know he was grabbing. You don't get enough elemental resistance for it to make enough of a difference for warrior. The physical resistance is the primary stat that you're really getting. Which is why I'm taking like a third of my health from one singular priest spell. Because I don't think it's really that impactful. I think I have like 10% elemental resistance or something. It's very small. I just misclicked. Wait, unlock? Was that a locked chest? Did I didn't even know I had a key. Yes, I did. High fizz resistance on warrior is the main problem with balance. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's no secret though. I mean, I was pretty loud about how OP higher gear warrior is for physical resistance. But as far as elemental goes, it's basically nothing. I mean, even green gear isn't a big deal. But yeah, look, I have 6% elemental resistance as warrior. That's nothing. 6% does not do anything. Might as well be 0. Vivid, you sound like you exploited and got banned. Maybe you shouldn't have duped if that's the case. Because I have not seen a single person be upset that they're banning dupers and exploiters, except for other dupers and exploiters. So, which is it? Did you get banned, or did a friend of yours get banned? Because it must have been one or the other, right? You did, but it's not gonna matter? Well, I mean, I don't really understand that logic. mean, you did something very obviously outside of, like, what is fair for other people in a PvP game. I mean, I don't know what you were expecting. Is that Lich? That might be Lich. Do I want to fight him? Not really. That's definitely Lich for sure. That's definitely Lich. He's in full blues or purples. I'm good. That's definitely Lich and his extract camping ass. I'm good. Fuck you, Lich. Think I'm gonna go fight you in your purples? Out of your mind if you think I'm doing that. Vivid, you honestly just sound very, very toxic. I don't really understand your point. You got banned for duping, and now you're upset that you got banned for duping. You call the game dead. Meanwhile, you're still working on duped accounts. That doesn't make any sense. What's the point here, man? I just don't understand. I just don't get it. Why am I running him Lich? Because he's in full purples and legendaries. I can't kill him even if I wanted to. His gear is too strong for me to fight. If you don't understand how good purple and legendary gear is, then maybe that's why you don't understand why I'm running from him. I cannot kill him. He could take his hands off the controller for 10 seconds and I'd probably still lose. And Lich knows it, which is why he's chasing me. He is fully aware of how good it is. He knows. Yeah, he's aware. Yeah, if he had like greens or blues, I'd fight him, but there's no point. His gear is way too good. It doesn't matter what I do, I will just lose. Unfortunately. Who got on the legendaries? I don't know. All I know is I literally can't kill him even if I wanted to. So there's not much point in trying. The dude gave it to him? Oh, so it's not even his gear? Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck you, Lich. I'm not fighting you in your legendary gear. I literally cannot kill him even if I wanted to, guys. He has 85% PDR. I cannot kill him. I have 27% and he has 85%. He has like 5 times my health pool. I cannot kill him even if I wanted to. There's literally no way that that fight ever goes in my favor. There is literally no chance I have in fighting him. So, no, I'm not gonna just give Lich a free kill. Sorry. Until the devs nerf higher end gear, there's just no point. It is a colossal waste of time. Unfortunately, I wish gear was not that strong at the higher end, but There's not much else I can do. Now that I know Lich is playing, I just won't go to that exit anymore. I'll just take, like, the gold exit or something. He's the only one that I know of that sits in that specific spot in exit camp. So. If he wants to chase me across the map, then that's on him. That's up to him. But I'm good. They managed to make gear insane because of damage reduction and HP. Well, that's just because of how that's just math, man. That's just how math works. At least I wasted his time. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I would do exactly what I just did again. Because I know I can't kill him. I'll just get stat checked. What am I supposed to do? I know I cannot kill him. There's no chance I have of killing gear like that. Yeah. Higher end gear is... There's a reason I went on a whole rant earlier about high end gear. It's because I don't want purple and legendary gear to be impossible to kill, which it currently is the case for warrior versus warrior. Running extracting is a dub. Against the legendary geared extract camper, yes, I would say that's a dub. People want to see it? See what? I already showed it the other day. I don't need to show it again. Watching me die does not show anything because I already know that I will die there. There is like a 0% chance I'm ever winning that fight. That is a dead end. There is nothing I can do there to win that fight because of math. It is a math issue. My guy has like 85% PDR and 2,500 health or something like that. There's no chance I'm beating that. How do you counter the rogue teleport stun? When they start phasing towards you, press Q on Mason's shield and it'll quake the ground. And it'll hit them when they teleport to you. So they'll end up taking like 400 or 500 damage from the quake. So even if they do backstab you, they'll take an equal amount of damage. So it's fine. Does a warrior with purple gear give holy resistance? I don't think it gives them that much. A priest could kill him, yeah. Priest is probably the best chance to kill him. Boy, is this Lich again? Is that Lich again? I think that's Lich. I'm gonna just run this way. I'm almost positive because it's too fast. It's too much of a coincidence. I'm pretty sure that's Lich. I'm gonna just run this way. he can go kill the rogue. I'm good. I'm good. You can have fun. Boy. I need to get these mobs off me so I can fight this guy. Whenever the leash aggro stops, that is. No? Still aggro, no? Having gear as strong as purples and legendaries are in this game is not going to be a good thing. Give it some time, and people are going to be running around just mopping lobbies with 0% chance to die. When purples and legendaries become a more common thing, it's going to be, like, super crazy. Where the priest go? I don't know. Oh, he just ran off. Alright. Well, I'm never catching him when he's that far away. I didn't think he was gonna run that far. It was a visual bug. It's 63, not 83. Says who? According to Lich. Well, to be fair, that would be very convenient for Lich for that to be seen as a bug, considering he's the one running the gear. Is that actually accurate, or is he just saying it so it doesn't get nerfed? Because I don't know. I don't really know if I should believe that or not. Yeah, old Dark and Darker, I remember. Where you had, like, warriors that would just completely just run through lobbies because they had, like, 90% PDR. Yeah, gear having such high PDR is definitely not okay. Lucarito had full epics at 63. Are you counting food buffs, too? Also, are you counting the Mason Shield? Because you know Mason Shield also gives you a bunch of PDR too. I don't see how that could be a visual bug. I mean, I don't know, it seemed pretty cut and dry. I don't really understand how that could be a visual thing. How many food items are there that will increase your total physical resistance? Is it just steel pepper? Or is there more? I would love to fight Lich on an equal gear setting, but yeah, my drive to fight Lich in a gear, or, you know, in a setting where the gear is that much worse for me, it just doesn't feel very fun at all. Hunters nearby, so... I didn't expect him to do one shot. I don't trust hunters anymore, man. If I see a hunter near me, you have to just fight them and kill them. Ran out of stamina. That's fortunate for me. And he didn't use Cyclone. For warrior, it seems like being one tier under another warrior is horrible. Yeah, because it ends up being just a complete staff check fight. You're 100% right. The only way that I'm killing Lich in purples is if I have 3 ears, he has 0, and I'm also, like, at most, blue against purple. I don't think there's any other way I'm ever killing Lich. And if he's sitting at extract like that with 5 minutes left, you know his ass has 3 ears. You know he does. So it's just like, I don't know. What else what am I supposed to do? Well, the Hunter didn't use a single Cyclone. And he also didn't have Flying Seed Bomb, so... You know, just... how that goes. Trying to make space. There. You'd panic like that too if you saw a big man running towards. Yeah. Fortunately for me, not every hunter is currently abusing the Cyclone. So, they're killable. But the last thing I want is to be fighting a mini-boss and then start getting peppered by a hunter. And then they start cycloning away, and then I just take too much damage. So, they kind of needed to die anyway. So Ape, I didn't watch the Tavern Talk, but I heard they might remove solos, so... It might be like the beginning of the end for me, as far as playing Dark and Darker. Because like, without solos, there's no point in me playing the game anymore. You were a level 8 hunter? Like the guy that I just killed? Is that why you didn't have, Is that why you didn't have any Cyclone use? I don't know where the boss went. Oh, there he is. Even if it's just HR solos, that still means that the game is unplayable. Because it means that all my gear is going to be completely unusable. So what's the point in playing the game? Like, it doesn't really matter if it's HR or not. It's still like... The game is still going to be completely useless to me. I will never play Dark and Darker again if they remove solo. I mean that. I will probably uninstall it if they do it. I'll just play Legacy until these other games come around. Quite honestly, I hope Dark and Darker loses half their player base when they take away solos. Because I think that's a super brain dead decision. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't understand why. I just don't understand why you would ever remove solos from the game. I just don't get it. It does not make any sense to me. What if they do then backtrack a month or two later? Well, then I guess I can reinstall the game. But if the game does not have solo, then it's not even worth the space on my hard drive. I'll make one YouTube video that I'm quitting Dad for good, unless they return solo, and then I will uninstall it, and I will play other games, and I'll wait for all these other games to come out. Yeah, you cannot bring ears from your stash. That's fine. Hunters are like rangers from dad. They're gonna take shots at you, no questions asked. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, back in the day, you could bring in a full inventory of ears. It was really, really silly. It was so silly. Yeah, back in the day. Back in the day. How things have changed. Okay, well, since Lynch is on extract camping duty, I guess I'm not using the extract anymore. So I guess we'll use the gold one. I don't feel like getting extract killed by Lynch. Vivid, if you think someone duped, then send it to the devs. I don't really know what you want me to say. You getting mad at me because you got banned for duping doesn't solve anything. Sorry, you chose to dupe and got your account banned, but that's not on. I don't even know why I opened that. There's no point. Can I get down without taking damage here? I'm gonna try. Nice. Might just leave the rune. Kind of want to grab an extra tool belt so I don't have to craft another if I die. Hunter ears being longer kind of... It's kind of annoying from a gameplay perspective. At the very least, I wish they were worth 100 treasure. Because grabbing hunter ears feels really, really bad. You know? Like, it's literally half the value. Kinda sucks. It makes sense, like, thematically, but gameplay-wise, it's kind of annoying. You don't get why devs do something like this and kill their game. You mean removing solos? Oh yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what could possibly... I don't know what it is, but Iron Mace has been like real like butthurt about solos being in their game for a long time. So like solo players are what helped jumpstart their game and what gave them tons of sales, but I guess it doesn't matter to them. They just don't care, which is really silly. I don't really know it. I don't really know what to say about it. Feels really, really bad though. I'm gonna spectate, and I'm gonna see if I can find Lich extract camping, because I'm pretty sure he's probably sitting at Wagon or the Waterfall right now. As we speak, would be my guess. Incentivize to not fight hunters. I mean, that doesn't really work. I'm not sure if that quite makes sense or not. But I don't know. You basically are forced to run down and kill hunters because they can attack you from range. So if you don't kill a hunter, then you're at risk of them shooting at you while you're trying to fight like a boss or another enemy. So if I see a hunter, you either have to kill them or run all the way across the map and get away from them if they're like being annoying. I mean, you have to kill them. You really don't have much of a choice. But with Cyclone being so strong, you don't even really get to kill them anyway. So it can be kind of tough. Regardless. Oh, I forgot to spectate like I wanted to. I'm stupid. Oops. It's okay. We already know that he's there anyway. They remove solo, you'll quit, but they don't care because they got your money. That's kind of how I feel too. It feels like Iron Mace was like more than willing to take money from players that bought their game to play solo. And now that they got your money, they're like, okay, well, hope you had fun. Now we're gonna remove solos. Feels kind of shitty, to be honest. Not particularly happy about that decision, personally. What if they made the ear count as 2? Well, that's what I said. I said they should make the hunter ear have 100 treasure value instead of 50. Since it's taking up 2 slots, that would kind of make sense. But I'm not really sure if they would do that or not. Again, is it confirmed or rumored? The devs said that they are considering removing it, and from what people have told me, they seem... I don't know, it sure seems like it's something that might happen, yeah. I guess it's not guaranteed. It could not happen. Iron Mace tried to... Fun fact. They tried to remove duos about... How long ago was it? A year ago? And they mentioned it on Discord, and everyone was very, very mad at them, and they ended up not doing it. So maybe this is how the solos will go, but it's hard to say. Why they're removing solos? I have no idea. I don't keep track of what Iron Mace does anymore. I've just kind of heard all this through the grapevine kind of deal. They didn't want solos? Sure, but they sure were willing to add it to make more money in their game, so... Just saying. They sure were willing to add it to take their money. So, they didn't really care about it there. Neff, I said that, oh, can you not understand me? Goblin Cave was made for solo? I mean, yeah, the entire Goblin Cave map was made for solo play. Yeah, that too. How did I just take like 5 damage? Maybe it was like a bomb on the ground or something. Wait, that chest is open? Wait, what? Someone here? I don't know if I should fight this. Because it means a rogue might be here. How? Yeah, it's only 4 minutes in. there a rogue here or something? Legacy isn't really in a good enough spot that they're going to be taking away players from Dark and Darker. The more likely is just that people are going to quit Dark and Darker that want to play solo. That's pretty much it. Okay, maybe there's no one here. Thought there was, but I don't see anybody. People hide in the small cave on the right. Oh, like hide there waiting for boss or something? Like to be killed? Oh, I see what you mean. Very, very mischievous. Okay. Probably quit dad if they remove solo. I'm with you too. I wasn't kidding. If they remove solo, I'll probably uninstall dad. I don't know why I would play it. When I play solos, I mean, what am I even supposed to do? It's not that I want to quit Dark and Darkness forever, but if there's no solos, there's no game for me. I don't know what I can really do. He's gotta be almost dead. Oh, some decent gear. What's good? Hey, Orange, welcome, man. Games have been good. Haven't died yet today. I did have to run away from a warrior that I know is in all purples and, like, legendaries. And I know I can't kill him, so that was a little bit annoying. But outside of that, games have been doing pretty well. I just saw a rogue, but I don't know where he went. If Dragon PvP is your best game, it's fun. Yeah, this is the category. This is the genre that I like. I'm a little disappointed that like the biggest extraction game is gonna remove solos. Like that sucks. It really sucks for players like me who play solo. I mean, a lot of streamers play solo, man. What is Demo gonna do? Demo only, like, pretty much only plays solo HR. I don't know what the hell he's, like, his plan is, but I know there's a lot of creators that are gonna feel like very similarly. Thankfully, this is out. Well, like, yeah, you're not like completely wrong. It's nice that this game is out to give a alternative, but I just don't. But that doesn't mean that I want Dark and Darker to just not have solos anymore. Like, just because I'm playing this doesn't mean that, you know, it just doesn't. It just feels really shitty. I put so much time into Dark and Darker, and like knowing that the game might no longer be playable for me soon is like really, really sucky. How could they justify it? I don't know. SDF is a madman. I'm convinced he's on crack. I don't know what else would possibly justify everything that he does. I'm not really sure. Dude is crazy, man. There was even a Reddit post that was making the same joke that SDF was on crack. It's not even like it's just me saying it. Like, it's a lot of people joking about it just because of how like crazy his balancing and all this other shit is. It's very strange for sure. Decisions that he makes. I enjoy this game. At the current state, I enjoy this game more than Dark and Darker. But this game needs so much work and patches and stuff like that. It's just really, really early on, you know? It reminds me of like the really old Dark and Darker, like way early playtests where it wasn't really polished or anything. So I think this game has the potential to like do well, but just it's gonna take a lot of dev work, man. A lot of dev work. Hopefully we get to that point though. I played Vigor. I used to play Vigor a lot, but that game's kind of dead now. He gave up. -1 player? Yep, -1 player. Druid ruined Dad for you? I felt the same way. Druid has just felt so awful for Dark and Darker for so long. Oh, it feels so good killing hunters. Oh, it feels so good killing hunters, man. Oh, man. I used to feel bad when I killed them, but I don't anymore. Those days are over. Oh. He alt F4'd. Fun fact, if you alt F4, you don't drop an ear. So. Yep. Anyway. Oh boy, and I don't get my ear for this warrior fight, huh? What's the play? What's the He did escape, leave game. Does that not drop ears either? I thought you had to Alt F4. Maybe I'm misinformed. That's possible. That's a Rolly? Who was? The hunter that I killed just now? I really need to start collecting flowers and stuff. So I guess I'll grab those. I'm starting to run low. I'll leave the greens, I guess. It's fine. Might change my mind when I go do the other boss, but we'll see. We'll see. The hunter was? Gotcha, gotcha. Why is he, I'm surprised he's only in, like, he was in grays or something, right? Like, mostly grays and whites. I'm surprised he's not in greens. I feel like pretty much every streamer at this point should be in greens, right? Because greens are so easy to get. Unless he's doing, like, some kind of 0 to hero thing or something. It was his first match of the day. Okay. Maybe just chilling. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it feels like usually when I fight streamers, they're in good gear, so I was just surprised. I should be grabbing these wolf fangs too. Kind of a waste because I haven't really been grabbing them, but you 0 to hero a lot. Honestly, if there was more stash space, I would be more willing to go in bad gear. But right now, it feels like there's like the stash is still so limiting. I just don't. I feel like I have to use at least greens because otherwise my stuff will just sit there forever, you know? Makes sense. Oh, someone might have already did ogre. Shoot. Damn. You're never gonna be happy? What do you mean? Did I say something? Is that in response to me? With stash space? Hey, that's not true. There is a point in time where the stash feels better, but we're not there yet. Mr. X, we're not there yet. Give me a break. That might be one of the most annoying moves that he has. His little swipe will hit you even though you're nowhere near his like body part. He hits on the left, but you get hit on the right. It feels very like freaking wrong. Like it's like a full body attack, even though it doesn't look like it. One of his swings are also unblockable, but he doesn't turn red, so I think that's another like bug too. Okay, now I have to play the what the hell do I drop game. That's always great. I think I leave this. I think that's fine. Okay. He does drop the ogre crate. I've never seen it though. It's a very, very rare drop. I've never even seen him drop a purple. And he very, very rarely drops blues. His drops are better than they used to be, but it's still not, like, super, super great. Hey, Clay, it's going well, man. Interesting. Just playing for fun. Clay, have you heard about the, did you watch the tavern table or hear about the changes coming for Dad, by chance? Why am I back to Deathball? Because the axe feels really cheesy right now, and everyone's complaining about it, so I'd rather just use the Deathball instead. That's the reason for it. I saw Dark and Darker also delayed their patch, so we won't even really get to see anything about it. Uh-oh, I'm starting to run out of space again. My hunter is empty. Like, completely empty as far as I am aware. So, if I need space, I can always start throwing stuff on them. I honestly would have rather kept those mushrooms. Oh well, it's fine. Any interest in sand? I heard about sand, but reviews were pretty mixed on it. I'm not really sure if I'm gonna play that or not. Right now, probably not, just because I have so many other games that I'm looking forward to. Ocean, but never say never. Maybe I'll change my mind at some point. Definitely possible. Never know. I haven't seen the screen in a while. Alright. Might be time for my hunter to get some gear. I don't want to have to deal with that. A bit rough at the moment. That's what I heard. Yeah, that's why I didn't play it. I heard it was I heard it was not like in the necessarily greatest spots. That's why I never bothered with it. But again, never say never. I might change my mind on that. Give it a fair attempt at some point. What game? Someone's asking about Sand, but I don't really know much about it. I just know the reviews were kind of whatever, so I don't really know too much about it or anything. But that's the game that they were asking about. You know, since my PDR is so low, I wonder if I should use something else besides Steel Pepper. What would I even add, though? I don't have the Ogre Towel. I could just add the wolf meat and just go for more HP. Or just go for more stamina, like with the pumpkin. I want to do the stamina, I think. I don't know. I'm kind of torn. More health would be nice. More stamina could also be useful. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna save the Steel Pepper for now. Steel Pepper is really easy to farm. Yeah, I'm just being lazy and don't feel like... Just don't feel like farming it, you know? There are DayZ servers in the community tab that the owner made it like an extract shooter. I will not play DayZ because Bohemia can suck it. Did you see, I don't know if you've seen what they did to Vigor, but that company is shit. I will never play DayZ because it's the same company. I will never support that game. Cannot stand Bohemia. After what they did to Vigor, I would never. I would never. Out of principle, I would not play that game. Yeah, potatoes are good. I don't have any. I should try. Maybe I should try to keep some of those. Would be nice to have. Heck, potato might be better than the pumpkin. What do they do to Vigor? What didn't they do to Vigor? Everything. Everything went so bad. It became a monetization first, gameplay second kind of game. Where all their time was spent on just doing as many microtransactions as possible. And drip feeding almost no content, and then never doing any of the things that they promised. It's just really bad. The whole game has just turned into a pay-to-win fiesta. It's really, really bad compared to what it used to be back in the day. Used to be really fun. Vigor was my favorite game for, like, at least a year or two. Used to play it every day. Yeah, things have changed. You spelled Vigor? You just spelled it. You already know. Same way with Ubisoft. Yeah, it feels like once a company does something, like, poor, I don't really want to play their other games, you know? I mean, that's how I feel with Xaviant. If Xaviant ever tried to come back and make another game, I would not even give their game a second look. You have one chance, you know, to leave a good impression. You shit on your game, and you know you don't do right with it, then just don't want to play it anymore. It's what it is. I wonder if the developers will give a gear cap when they add new maps. Like, for example, I wonder if they add more maps to find better gear, if they will limit the type of gear you can bring into the lower maps. That's what Dark and Darker kind of does. And I've seen people say, I would wonder if they might do something like that, but I don't think the devs have ever said anything about that. I think the devs feel like they don't have enough players to reasonably do anything like that anyway. Maybe that's why they haven't really talked much about it. Is it easy to run away and escape from a PvP rogue battle? A PvP battle? Yes and no. It depends on the class and what class you're playing. Rogue is probably the best right next to Hunter in escaping a fight. Third is probably Warrior. And then fourth is Priest. I think Rogue's ability to use Visage and, like, split and go invis constantly is probably the best ability for getting away from somebody. Second is definitely Hunter Cyclone, because it's infinite use. Third is Warrior, because charge, the Horn and the charge is really good. If Horn didn't still have a cooldown, Warrior would probably still be better. But it is on a cooldown, so it's not. And then Priest, probably the least good, but they do have the float and the other abilities they have, so I don't think Priest is bad by any means. It's just not as good as maybe some of the other stuff, I think. Dizzy's nothing like Vigor. I mean, that might be the case, but it doesn't really matter. I pressed the wrong button. Sometimes it just be like that. I didn't mean to press that. I knew I was gonna take a hit there the moment he started swinging. ever seen him do 2 red attacks in a row. That must be rare. I wonder if it's just a random chance. Wow, yeah, he's doing a lot of them. Not complaining. If the capability to escape an extraction is there, then you're happy. Yeah, it depends completely on like what class. Oh, what that shit was that? You hear that? What was that? Was that a mob resetting? Or was that someone using a potion? I'm not sure. Try Morthog? Oh, I mentioned it earlier today. I would try Morthog some more. Oh, anyway, I was gonna do Morthog, but I don't have enough copper bars to just throw away trying to fight a boss and die. Like, it's not even the green gear that's the problem, it's the freaking copper. White gear is too expensive to craft compared to how frequent you can find copper bars, in my opinion. So, I got tired of throwing away whites constantly. I'm almost out of copper bars. So, if I have no copper bars, I can't even build basic gear anymore. So yeah, that would be why. You trust me? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should not. I think one of the developers said that they're considering dropping the cost of white craftable items. So if they do that, it'll make my life a lot easier for learning the boss. Why don't you want to do it in greens? That's not how it works. I can't use greens without using a white. You have to use white crafting materials because you have to go in line. I can't craft a green. I have to craft a white and then upgrade it to a green. The greens aren't the problem. I can lose greens all day, but I don't have the whites. Copper is not frequent enough to consistently lose white gear over and over again. I don't like if I'm gonna build whites, I might as well use greens because I have plenty of greens. I just don't have any whites. Whites are more rare than greens at this point for me. Kind of silly when you think about it. Yeah, I have probably 10 times more green than white material. It's a lot. It's a huge difference. Very silly. Whoa, what the heck? Am I sliding? But yeah, yesterday when I was doing it and dying, I was doing it in white, and I was doing it in greens, not whites. But I quickly realized I was gonna run out of white gear, so I had to stop doing it. I didn't have a choice. Now, if they want to make the white gear less costly, so I can actually use my greens, then yeah, I'll gladly run and die to the boss a couple of times. That's not really a problem. But until that happens, I am kind of at a loss of what else I can do. If you die, it doesn't matter because you'll keep the stuff. Oh, you just go in naked with like a 2x2 and then just get the copper and what, just leave the game. Yeah, that's one way to do it, sure. Heck, it might be faster to do it that way. Use the tree bag for trees and use the copper bag or the whatever, the bag for ores. And then just leave the game and keep the stuff. Yeah. Funny enough, that's probably more efficient. Where am I going? Let's go down. The grinding in this game takes a very, very, very long time, for sure. Oh, didn't go very far, did ya? Oh. Oh, I thought he alt F4'd. He did not. I didn't see his ear at first. I wasn't sure. I can't even take these greens. There's no way. I have no space. I'll take this tool belt, though. Yeah, I don't have a lot of extra belts, and I'm kind of tired of spending a bunch of leather on it. Yeah, it seems fine. If you get wood, it's a win-win. You tell people you don't have anything. Well, if they kill you, they won't. Yeah, they won't get anything because all of your gear is in the pouch. Funny enough. I might as well just set. Pretty cool. Yeah, building them kind of sucks. It's pretty bad. It's like way too many light leather. And then you have to have scissors too, which is not necessarily a problem, but I don't know, you might as well just grab them. Some people die to your junk gear. Yeah. But you might as well try. Man. It's basically like risk-free at that point. Green belt, it used to be, not as much anymore. I think part of that is because I don't die very often though. I mean, the thing that I'm most worried about dying to at this point is a hunter that's good enough to abuse the cyclone and doesn't leave me alone and chases me forever. A warrior that's using the axe exploit, or lich who's running around in purples and legendaries that I can't kill because of the gear diff. That's like the most likely way that I feel like I'm going to lose. Yeah, right now I'm just sitting here wondering, is Dark and Darker going to remove solos tomorrow? Because if they don't, I was planning to play it. Because I wanted to see, like, this big update they were talking about. I was thinking about giving it a go. But if they remove solos, I'm not really too sure if I'm going to bother. I'm not sure if there is a point in me bothering if that's the case. Which is going to suck. Because, you know, -1 game, I guess. How do you fight a kiting rogue? It's just game experience, man. You know, I utilize my charge, and like if I can chain grab a rogue, I can probably kill them. You know, use death ball, grab them, anchor them down, and I can usually kill them in that zone. Not always, but that's like usually my main goal, is to try to just kill them before they get a chance to get away. Play Dark and Darker. Yeah, I have like 3,000 hours in Dark and Darker. I have a lot of time played. I swapped to Legacy because I was just getting burnt out on it. And I was gonna go back when like a good update came out, but if they remove solos, then I guess that is probably not gonna happen anymore. So I'm not really sure what my plan is gonna be. Flaw, you would be surprised how many people I find in junk gear. You would be surprised. Man, it's a lot. It is a lot. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. For now. I will see about tomorrow. If I'm gonna keep an eye on the update for Dad. I'm gonna take a look at what it is, and then we'll see if I'm gonna play it or not. If I don't want to play it, then I'll be back to Legacy. I'm a little bit busy over the weekend, just an FYI. So I don't know how much I'll be on tomorrow and Sunday, but I'll definitely be back on Monday for sure. I'm really hoping for a Legacy update too, hopefully, while I'm a little bit busy over the weekend. We'll see. Either way, thank you all for stopping by. Appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, you don't want to liking the video before you go, I'd appreciate it. Helps the bot. So thanks in advance. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow. I'll be live again soon, I'm sure. I'll see you guys. Have a great night.